All right. What's up, folks? Greetings, and happy Saturday. What's up, you? What's up, Space Hoppercopter? What's up, lurkers in chat? What's up, VOD viewers? What's up, everyone? Try to get full and also not drop my phone on the floor. I managed to achieve that. Mudo-sama, welcome. It's been a weird week. I got a bit sick and had some weird stuff going on, but I'm feeling a lot better now, thankfully. And I am really excited, honestly, to have a chill but potentially lengthy Saturday stream of just having some fun with Games Bond. A few other things to cover before we get to that, but I've been excited. I've been looking forward to returning to From Russia with Love. I had a lot of fun with that first stream we did. And if Everything or Nothing is any indication, I imagine that the game's only going to get more fun. We've probably got some frustrating parts ahead of us. I wouldn't doubt it, but some highlights as well, I am sure. It's been not just this past week, but the past, I don't know, a couple of months, or at the very least, couple of weeks, I've had all kinds of things kind of looming over me a little bit. Other things going on. And unusually, I actually had a bunch of work stuff yesterday. Usually, I have Fridays off, but I had an obligation to a thing I had to attend to. And in addition to that, because I had been missing some days earlier in the week, I had some other stuff I needed to take care of. So Friday ended up being a totally busy, like not a typical relaxing, easing into the weekend as I'm used to. But having said that, I was able to, like, the thing that I had yesterday was something I'd been kind of dreading for a bit. So it was nice to have that over and done with. What's up, McCall45? Getting close to a Bond stream of your own. Play that last Amiga game. Did you play other Amiga Bond games that I've missed? There's a couple, and I think they're the average level of quality, I think, is surprisingly decent. Although I suppose you might have to count Operation Stealth, and that's a game that's I don't know, pretty loathsome. Only Bond you played is Chris Gray. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not one of the worst, maybe, but certainly not one of the best. It's also not really Bond, though, is it? I mean, it counts, of course, but you do a lot better than that. Yeah, I assume you're talking about The Spy Who Loved Me, which is the kind of most insane one. That's one of the two games by the Kremlin. They did License to Kill and The Spy Who Loved Me, I think. And I like both of those games a lot. Spy Who Loved Me has an unfortunate difficulty balancing aspect where it's like completely fucked. But it's got an amazing stage variety, and like every single stage has a lot of little cool visual touches going on, but even on a base level, like it looks nice and has like a fun, cool vibe to it. Like the weakest part of that game is probably, like, aside from the difficulty brick wall stuff, the third level, that's the underwater shmup stage that goes on for like 10 minutes with no challenge until you reach the boss. That's like pretty difficult, and if you die, that's like barely any checkpoints. But it's yeah, it's got the shooting gallery stages, which are really sick, especially the one where you control, I don't know, whoever, some nameless sailor dude with a gun or something, because Bond is actually on screen and you have to like protect Bond by shooting dudes who's running at him with a knife while he's like sabotaging the whatever. Like, it's pretty sick. And then of course you have the showdown at the end where you have to shoot Jaws and shit. It's a pretty sick game. But License to Kill I enjoy too, because like partially I mean it's also like got a nice visual presentation, got a very chunky like UI with a bunch of Like every piece of the UI is like needlessly elaborate in a very endearing way. It's also, I don't know, it's more samey in that every level is like sort of a top-down vertically scrolling thing, but the game mechanics are kind of different between each level. But also it's like actually beatable. I finished that game a couple of times, and I think it even like loops, so you can get like higher score, or if you can beat multiple loops. It's a pretty fun game. What's up, Mendel? But yeah, The Spy Who Loved Me is definitely kind of top tier Amiga experience kind of a game. Like it's got a lot of different stuff going on. It's very charming. And today we will be continuing From Russia with Love, another game that is actually also quite varied, and it's got also, I don't know, questionable things that are endearing, such as like 98-year-old Sean Connery doing the voice. I don't know, I guess he was in like his mid-70s or something at the time. It's like a little bit weird, but it's fun. It's fun. It has a certain appeal to it, but it's pretty funny. Like the game so far has had, we're only like a few levels in, but we've had one stage that kind of recreates the opening scene of the film, and everything else around it is sort of very embellished. They're taking a lot of liberties. Like I reckon most of the major plot beats and events and characters from the film are in the game. There's just a lot of other stuff kind of filling things in a way that is very 2000s video gamey, and that kind of juxtaposition of the fairly intimate sort of you know, low-key nature of the film combined with the like absurd bombast of the video game stuff is, I don't know, that adds a certain degree of absurdity, which I kind of enjoy. Of Mudbound Dragon, greetings. Before we get to GameSpawn, though, I want to give a brief rundown. I ended up ordering, on a whim, as is usually the case, another little box of things from Surugaya. Not a huge haul or anything, but there's a few things that I wanted to highlight. Find the pile here. I did end up getting the third volume of this Street Fighter comic reprint stuff, and this is indeed Ryu Final. You can see here, volume 3. So I have volumes 1 and 2, or sorry, 2 and 3, and volume 1 is indeed, as I suspected, which I guess I could just have read, is Street Fighter Zero, and I do have that comic already in a different edition. Part of me kind of wants to get volume 1 of this series, even though this is like a super crappy budget reprint, whatever. It is kind of nice to have it collected in one volume, and I don't know, I'm a damaged collector type person, so there's part of me that just sees the appeal in having the full set of this, and then like probably getting other editions of the same comic elsewhere anyway. But the nice thing about these sort of budget reprints is that it doesn't I don't have to be too precious about them. I don't worry too much about the wear and tear or anything like that. But of course, yeah, this is awesome stuff. This is more lovely comics by Masahiko Nakahira, who did a lot of really sick Street Fighter comics back in the day. Yeah, I get some sick shit like this. But anyway, we're not going to go too much into depth about that. But since we looked a little bit at the volume 2 previously, which is Sakura Gambaru, I want to mention that I grabbed this as well. I feel like if there was ever even a single instance of Sean Connery ever playing a video game, it would have lasted like 5 minutes tops before he yelled at the screen and threw the machine/computer out the window. There is the amazing photograph of Desmond Llewellyn shilling like fucking Spectrum Bond games at some show or whatever. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's very hard to imagine Sean Connery having even the slightest bit of interest in anything to do with video games. It's like kind of shocking that they got him to do the voiceover for that game. But it's pretty funny. Charming. I enjoy it. Oh yeah, it's actually still sitting here. The other volume that I got. few weeks ago. Sakura Gambaru. What else did I get? Yeah, so I got this, which is a Street Fighter 2 audio drama with some music tracks in it. And like, it was pretty cheap, so I grabbed it and I ripped it. And when I was gonna add, like, because it has a few songs and stuff in it too, and it's always interesting for stuff like this. You get sort of original, like, character songs and stuff, but sometimes you might get sort of a remix or cover of music from the games that might not be, like, obviously there's a million versions of Street Fighter 2 music on different albums and stuff. A lot of it is sort of fairly well circulated, and some stuff isn't so much. So I'm always interested to grab discs like this to see if they have music tracks that are, you know, might be pretty sick, and you might not have actually heard them before. But I made a pretty funny discovery after I had ripped this disc, and I was gonna, because I have I don't have an optical disk drive on this PC, and I don't have an external one, but I do have an old PC, my previous PC, that has a disk drive. So I use it to rip discs. And when I ripped this disc and I was gonna copy it over to my PC here, I found that I already had this album ripped. And I was like, well, surely I must have, like, I could tell from the file names and everything that it had this, like, it was I had already ripped it. So I looked over to my shelf, and sure enough, I did already own this. But I didn't realize that I already owned it because the copy that I had was incomplete. So this, obviously, as you can see, it's a proper jewel case. It's got a back and front, got the booklet and the disc and everything. But I looked over to my shelf and I found that the other copy that I had of this was in a like CD single case, and it only had the back cover, so it didn't have the booklet. So I guess I can justify to myself, well, at least I didn't buy exactly something I already owned. I didn't own the booklet, so, but I think because I didn't have the booklet, that's when I saw this on Surugaya, I didn't recognize the front cover as something I had. I could, of course, have done a slightly more thorough bit of research to determine whether I had the disc or not. But if I knew that I had it, I definitely would not have bought it. But now that I did, I'm like, you know what? I'm glad to have a complete version, or at least one that has the booklet. The booklet doesn't seem to have a ton of super interesting stuff in it, but it does have lyrics to the vocal tracks, and it does have character profiles for the characters, but I think those are actually just taken from another source book that I probably have. But hey, another nonsense little fun thing to add to the Street Fighter collection. I got some other, like, comic doujinshi stuff, but nothing really noteworthy. Nothing. But I did get one thing that I think Macaw 45, you might get a kick out of this. I have a lot of stuff that's like sitting in my wish list, out of stock, just sort of waiting to see if it eventually does pop into stock. But because I already have a million things sitting there in my wish list, I don't often go digging super deep to like add a million new things to my wish list. Like on occasion if I feel like it. And of course, I look for Street Fighter stuff. I look for Fatal Fury stuff. I look for, you know, various topics, certain games and what have you, just to see what new comics or goods or whatever might show up. And although I don't rarely like find too much of interest, one thing I often, like more frequently perhaps than other things, that I search for is Buichi Terasawa. Of course, author of Cobra, among many other glorious comics and works of science fiction and fantasy. And I was a little perplexed when I searched for Cobra or Terasawa or whatever, and I got a hit for a thing that said Mac Software. Like Mac Software Space Adventure Cobra. So I was like, I wonder what that is. Is that like correctly labeled? What is that? And then I took a closer look and saw that it was labeled as Mac / Windows 95 hybrid disk, whatever. And it looked like this. And I was like, what the heck kind of a form factor is this? I just saw the picture, like this horizontal, little strip of a collage that said Space Adventure Cobra, and then it says, not for sale. So I guess this was bundled with something or other. But it was hard to tell from the picture whether the photograph was of the entire packaging or what it even was a picture of. But as it turns out, it does fold open and it does have a disc. Like I thought, did I get a floppy or something? And we have some credits in here. So what this is, that became clear once I actually had it, is that it is a slot machine game. I assume some kind of an adaptation. Like I'm guessing Olympia is a Pachislot company. I have no idea. I just bought it because it said Cobra and it wasn't grossly expensive. I think this was like 1,400 yen or something, which, I mean, it's a lot more. Like I paid a lot more for a lot less with this than I do for a lot of stuff that I buy. But sometimes, you just have to do a little bit of gambling. Thematically appropriate, I suppose, just in case you end up with something really sick. And even though I perhaps didn't, I was happy to have a weird little piece of Cobra nonsense to add to the collection. What's up, Hazemaker64? Greetings. So I've ripped this disc, and I was a little bit surprised to see that, like, first of all, I saw that the entire contents of the CD-ROM amounted to about 5 megabytes. Yeah, copyright 1996. Hybrid CD-ROM for Macintosh / Windows 95. And we've got the telltale sign here, which of course I didn't look too closely at the disc or anything, but that right there. So surprisingly, I realized, or I figured I'd try it. The other PC I have, I think I've got Windows 10 on that one. It's a modern Windows anyway, and this just booted up fine. And yeah, it's an extremely basic Pachislot machine simulation, I suppose, that runs in a little Macromedia director window. And it has like a play button and an autoplay and quit. That's like what's there. I don't know if this, like, I mean, it doesn't look like it would be a machine that has any kind of video modes or anything like exciting, so I don't think you could even really do much with it. It didn't seem, well, I was gonna say it didn't seem to have sound. It might be that I didn't have sound on. Yeah, I think my computer was just muted, or I didn't have the speakers on or anything. So maybe it does have sound, I don't know. But it seemed like shockingly basic. But yeah, so yeah, of course, Muno-san, when it says not for sale, it just means that this is not a product that was sitting on a shelf to be sold at retail. It would have come with something else, but I don't know what it would be. Like, what product do you buy that you get this with it? I'm a little unsure of what that would be. Or they just gave them out to promote the slots. I suppose that's possible too. A little unclear. I would be a little curious to learn more about it, but yeah, I have. I technically now have a Space Adventure Cobra PC game in my collection. Art book or soundtrack album? Nah, that doesn't make sense. Like, they wouldn't. I don't see why they would bundle a licensed Pachislot simulation with an art book. Like, it would have to be something that's related to the Pachislot stuff in the first place, I would imagine. But I think it's more likely what McCaw is describing, that it was just a promotional thing that wasn't sold with something else. It just was probably like given away. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying you're factually incorrect. It just it sounds like a stretch to me in this particular case. But I don't know. Epton Store do that a lot. There's a lot of pachinko games that come with art books. Definitely never heard of that. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It's just unfamiliar. So anyway, I thought this was an interesting little thing. I also ended up getting another pile of PS2 games. So these are the ones that I got last time. They have these quote-unquote lucky bags, which is basically like just blind boxed piles of stuff. And I was a little bummed out because I was actually planning to order. There were like two things in the blind box section that I was interested in that both ended up being like unavailable by the time I was going to order. One was a literal box full, their wording, of like general doujinshi based on whatever. Like literally just a, you know, could be anything. And I think they said like, they gave like the dimensions of the box and said like, yeah, on average, probably around 120 books in here, but obviously it could depend on how thick the books are. And it was like 3,000 yen or 3,500 or something. And I was really curious. Like, I would probably just do that in its own separate order because I'm not sure how they're going to bundle that box with another box and like you can just order that as it is. But it was just out of stock anyway. Like, I'm sure you'd get a mostly super uninteresting stuff, but like I don't know, I'm just like really curious to see what you would get if you order that. The other thing was like a set of 30, I don't even know what they are, but there was like a collection of like illustrations or artworks or something, again like this sort of blind box random grab bag that seemed as though they would be sort of posters or something, that, you know, flyers or something that would have come with something else, but again they weren't advertised as flyers, so I don't know what they were exactly. I would have been curious to see like just what they were, because if there's like individual sheets of like A4 format anime art, even if like 2 or 3 of them are kind of cool, like that might still be a fun thing to have. Like, you know, I could just like, laminate them and put them on a wall or something, I don't know. But again, alas, it was out of stock. But so, again, not in this most recent order, but the one before, I got this pile of PS2 games. And it's very funny the way they have the game lots. The preview picture only shows, like, Metal Gear Solid and Gran Turismo and Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy and whatever else. Like, just the biggest heavy hitter games, and it says like in a bit of a footnote like, oh, you might not get whatever's pictured. And of course, you know, you expect that you're only going to get complete trash that they can't sell, you know, sports games, gambling games, whatever else. So in the previous lot I got Xenosaga episode 1.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Noodle, subscribe with Prime Gaming, thank you very much. I got Wild Arms Alter Code F. I got Sengoku Musou 2. Whatever it's called. The upgraded version. And then we got a little bit of trash here. We got Pro Baseball 2001 with no manual. Got Winning 11-7 with no manual. And a budget reprint of a like romance adventure game with no manual. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's you know, some pretty real games, and not complete trash. And also 6 games instead of 5, and also nothing that I already owned. So I was like, you know what, this is I did pretty well on this, well enough that I'm actually quite tempted to just order another lot right away and see what I get. And I did. Second. Yeah, Mudu-sama. Yeah, of course. Like, pre-order bonuses come with everything. That's, yes, of course, I'm well aware. I'm just saying, it would be highly unlikely, in my opinion, to get a weird PC port of a slot machine as a pre-order bonus for an unrelated product. That's all I'm saying. Not saying it couldn't be the case, but I suspect too that the form factor, like, I don't know, maybe it makes sense in whatever forum this was distributed. Like, obviously this could have been in a baggie with like a book or a magazine or something. It sure could have. And it makes sense for something like that they would not have like a jewel case or whatever. But it could also be literally you go to their booth at a convention or something and they just hand these out. I could see that being a thing. So all in all, I think that lot of PS2 games was pretty decent for that kind of thing. So I was honestly quite surprised to see that, in my opinion, I did even better on this second lot. So there's some similar themes for sure. Game number one, a Koei romance adventure game that I'm unfamiliar with. Arukanaru Toki no Nakade 3 Izayoi Ki romance game. But it, you know, I don't know, it's got some kind of historical thing. It's got some pretty decent artwork, it looks like. It's on a DVD. It's not on a CD, so there's probably some production value to it. Will I ever play it? I don't know. But hey, I didn't have it, and I would not buy this myself deliberately. So, hey, you know, nice way to add something to my collection that I wouldn't have otherwise. Also, I paid a lot less than 4,200 yen. This game commanded at Book Off at some point or another in history. First two of those are on PC and have incredibly sick pixel art battle scenes. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess there looks like there's some kind of battle scene or something that could be a battle scene. I was gonna say, like, this type of game is very far outside my wheelhouse. But like historically, even though I have a bunch of them, I feel like adventure games, or in general, I suppose, games that are ported from PC to console, I don't feel like I have a high amount of faith in. But I suppose by the time you get to PS2, like it's a big difference when you have a PC game ported to PS2, or a sequel or whatever in this case, versus when you have like a PC 98 game being recreated for the Saturn. Like, usually those two things are just going to be vastly different. But that's probably not the case if you have like a Windows 95 game or XP game and you make like a PS2 sort of version of it. But yeah, there's a screenshot there. Clearly doesn't look like a dialogue scene ever. I don't know. This just strikes me as something that's obviously going to have a bit of a language barrier and probably be like a massive time investment if you wanted to get into it. That's just what I assume anyway. But yeah, so that was game number one. Game number two, Winning 11 2009. More soccer. Again, sports stuff. You know, that's the kind of crap they usually can't give away, basically, so they end up in stuff like this. But hey, I at least got a manual with this one, and I reckon this is probably a good game. I know this series was, maybe not by 2009, but certainly earlier at least, the Winning 11 series was well known for being like the best soccer games on console. Oh, there's a new mode in this called Become a Legend. Pretty good. But yeah, I think like by the time you get to sort of PS2, sports games to me, I guess I haven't really played almost any sports game. I mean, at least this kind of sports game on PS2. I think on PS1, you still haven't, like, even with the, you know, 3D, the visual depiction as well as probably the controls and the simulation haven't quite gotten to the point where it's like doesn't feel like a video game anymore. I think like when I dabble in modern sports games, like I just don't, they have a very meandering kind of sluggish feel to them because they're not designed to feel like a video game. They're designed to look like a TV broadcast. And to me, as someone who has an interest in video games and can like see how sports rule sets translate to good video game design, when you're trying to recreate an actual physical sport or a TV broadcast of a sport, like, it just ends up being too far removed typically from the aspects of sports games that I actually enjoy. So it doesn't appeal very much to me. And I feel like PS2 era is kind of when the scale sort of started tipping more heavily in that direction. I wonder how many retro sports game fans there are that buy that shit. Yeah, probably not many. That's the thing. Like, these types of games were just designed for each new one to make the previous one obsolete in a way, right? But I think, you know, go back far enough and you at least get a very distinct different flavor. Like, I'm sure this is different from Konami's like eFootball, whatever they're calling it now, the current incarnation of this series. And I for sure, like, there are definitely people who are nostalgic for like specific you know, Madden games or PGA Tour or whatever. Like, it definitely is a thing. But that's the thing, like, you probably have your preference and you have your games that you like. It takes a certain kind of weirdo, I think, to specifically want to collect like the entire Winning 11 series or something. But yeah, by and large, like, I think, I don't know what it's like in Japan, but for the most part, I reckon it's very similar, where especially these kind of annual series, they're just there's so much of them, and like, even when they're current, even when the series is ongoing, older installments are just gonna not be very attractive to people, so they're not gonna keep a very high second market value. But at least I didn't get a double of the soccer game I already had, so that's good. Yeah, that's the thing, exactly, McCall. Like, when you go back to a certain era, there's just the aesthetic of video game that still permeates those games. And it doesn't even have to be something like NBA Jam or, you know, something that extreme. Like, you just didn't, like, either it wasn't technically possible, or it wasn't legally possible, or no one had quite had that inclination just yet. But you didn't have games that really felt just like as boring as watching sports on TV. Like, you know, when a 16-bit game or even a PS1 game or something like makes an effort to try to recreate the feel of a TV broadcast, it's novel, like, it's charming, it's endearing, it's interesting and neat, because there's gonna be that pretty thick layer of video game sort of, not abstraction exactly, but there's a layer of translation there that still turns it into something different and something fun. Whereas modern stuff, it's like, I don't know, it just holds no interest to me. Netscape Navigator dropping the Winning 11 lore. Yeah, I'd have no idea. I'd have to play a whole bunch of them to be able to even compare, and even then, like, I'm not that interested, to be frank. Anyway, next up, game number 3 in the slot. Another seemingly well-represented genre in this kind of bundle, which kind of makes sense, I suppose, because there's no shortage of these games either. It's Musou Orochi. What was this called in the West? Warriors Orochi, I think? This is the crossover between Shin Sangoku Musou and Sengoku Musou, or Dynasty Warriors and Samurai Warriors, I think, right? In the English versions. China Musou and Japan Musou crossing over. So again, this is like kind of fun. Like, I have very, very limited experience with this series and even genre, I would say. And these are still like high production value, quality games that I'm like happy to have in my collection, but I probably would not have sought them out. So these are even some of the later PS2 ones. I'm actually not sure when this came out. 2007 copyright on here. Yeah, so that's pretty dang late. I think the other one I had, the updated version of Sengoku Musou 2, also have been, I think this one is like maybe 2008 or something. Like, these are really late. Yeah, there's no 07 copyright on this one also. Because this one was like on 360 as well, I think. I don't know if this was, but either way, I could imagine like the very early ones just being super dirt cheap. I wouldn't necessarily expect the same of some of these. In any case, I'm, you know, speaking of time sinks, I'm sure these are too. At this point, I have a good chunk of Musou games that I haven't really played. I mean, the only ones I've really played properly to completion are the 2 Fist of the North Star ones. But I got one of the One Piece games for like $5 10 years ago and played it a little bit. I believe I have Zelda Musou on the Wii U. I never played it. I have one of the Dragon Quest Musous. I forget if it's the first or second one. Haven't played it. I have Sengoku Basara 3 for the PS3, which I did play once on stream, and I was hoping that it would be more of a Capcom action game and less of a Musou game, but it was quite a Musou game. I also have Kamen Rider Batride Wars, which I have not played. Too many of this shit just sitting back there waiting to be played at some point. Now we have 2 more. But yeah, again, for a sort of blind box lot like this, where you expect the bottom of the barrel trash, to get a game like this, again, complete with manual and everything, not bad. Speaking of Capcom action games, next up we got Devil May Cry 2. Of course, this is a game famously hated by everyone, basically. But I mean, I already have Chaos Legion in my collection, and surely this one can't be worse. Got the manual and everything. We've got the 2 discs. Dante disc, Lucia disc. Now, of course, I have this game on PS3. I have this game on PS4. I might have it on Xbox also. So if I were to endeavor to play Devil May Cry 2, I probably would not be playing this version, unless for the highly specific novelty of doing it on the PS2. Unless there is some very particular reason you would want to do that. I have the option. But again, like, this is a high-profile release. It's a Capcom game. It's a game I didn't have in my collection. It's a game I probably would not have sought out because I already own it a few times. But it's like, dude, it's like an awesome cover. It's a cool thing. Like, I love having this on my shelf. So yeah, this was a great get in my opinion. And I do already have DMC 1. Also have never played it. So I'm building, like, I have DMC 1 and 2 on PS2. I have DMC 4 on PS3. I have the, like, HD trilogy, whatever, on PS3, digital. And then I bought the PS4 release of that. I think I have, I'm trying to remember, because I get alerts for them all the time because they constantly go on sale. I have DMC 5 on PS4, but I think I might have DMC 4 Special Edition on Xbox One. Also, like, I don't know, I have all these games in multiple copies. But honestly, I'm still like more excited to get this than, you know, Pro Evolution Soccer or whatever, right? What's up, Optimus Mega? Greetings. Yeah, I don't know much about DMC 2. I just know it's the one that no one likes. I'd be curious to check it out at some point. Next up, game number 5. Minna no Goal 4. Not a bad get. These games are known to be fun. I've played one of these on the PS4, I think. A modern version, I guess probably the most recent one, a little bit. I don't know, like, I thought it seemed alright, but it had I recall, like, a vaguely grindy, like, not super fun structure, and it was kind of online focused. But I think it was, like, pretty well received still for what it was. The PS2 The Best Case is a little bit of an eyesore, but I don't mind. Again, came with the manual, and in fact, not a single game in this slot was missing the manual, where half of them were last time. So I know, actually, I think the yeah, this one, the adventure game, doesn't have a manual, but still, one game, not too bad. And finally, this was like a little bit of a shock, frankly, and maybe this isn't like a sought after game, but it's still not the kind of thing I would expect them to actually put in this kind of lot. It's Dragon Quest VIII. Like, again, they advertised this like, oh, buy a lucky bag of random games, and all the games on the picture. Like, I think this might have actually been on the picture, because it was like Gran Turismo 3, and I think Metal Gear Solid 2 or 3, like Final Fantasy 12. I don't know, just like these like super high profile games. So again, I would not have sought this out because I'm not really into RPGs. But I know that this game is like a kind of a big deal, and even if it's not like an expensive game, this pile of 6 games cost me 1,500 yen. So I paid an average of whatever it comes out to, 270 yen or something per game. And if you look up the library of bottom of the barrel trash on Surugaya, you can't find anything that's that cheap, basically. Like, maybe some like disc only copy of I don't know, Game of Life, or more likely some like the 6th annual installment of a horse race betting game or some shit. Like, these are actual real games, and I wouldn't be surprised if some, if not most of these, would be 1,500 yen on its own. So again, like, I feel like I could be getting a significantly higher degree of junk and still like be coming out on top. And like, I feel like that's really surprising. I feel like any kind of blind box things like that is like engineered to just sucker idiots like me who's like, oh, maybe I can get something good. And I get, like, when I got that first lot, like I said, half of them didn't have a manual and stuff like that. It's like, okay, sure. Yeah, a soccer game that is missing a manual, like, yeah, that's gonna be pretty hard to get rid of. I can see why that ended up in, you know, and I can see them maybe deliberately sprinkling in some actually slightly more attractive stuff to keep, you know, suckering idiots like me to keep buying them. But honestly, I feel like I'm coming out on top, so I actually don't really mind. So the PS2 ones you can get are like the cheapest bundles. Again, it was about 1,500 yen for... They say it's a 5-game pack, but you get 6 games. I wasn't sure what to make of that the first time, but now I've bought 2 of them, and I got 6 games both times. So I'm going to assume it's not a mistake. They have a 10-pack... So I don't know if you get 12 or maybe you get 13, a nice even baker's dozen. Maybe I'll try that next time. I'm not sure. But they have similar lots for 360 games and PS1 games, and I think that might be it. The PS1 games were a bit more expensive, which actually has me wondering what you're actually going to get. Because I think if you, like, I don't know. PS2, like, PS1 trash is more interesting than PS2 trash to me, somehow. But I don't know that there's more of it. Like, I feel like PS1 and PS2 both have dozens, if not hundreds, of like complete trash releases that would be the kind of stuff that'd be hard to sell. But I don't think on average that like PS1 games are more expensive than PS2 games. And I think the actual blind box lots they sold, like, it was a pretty drastic difference in price. Like, I think the 5-pack of PS2 games was 1,500 yen, and the 5-pack of PS1 games was like 2,800 or something. Like, it was kind of almost double. So I'm kind of curious to buy. Like, I feel like if I get a lot of PS1 games, I'm like more likely to get doubles of stuff that I already have, just on account of having more PS1 games and having more cheap trash type games than I do for the PS2. But I don't know, man. These PS2 bundles, like, out of these 12 games, Getting this many actual solid games, I just kind of, I sort of don't even know what to make of it. But I think it's pretty cool. I'm happy with it. My couch. And yeah, that concludes our little unboxing section of sorts. Before we move any further, I realized that there was one thing I meant to do that I forgot. Let me see if I can just put that right here from bots. Find it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We should now have the Death Blow minigame ready for prime time. We did a little play test of it last time, and it seemed like it worked pretty alright. People almost made it. And Space Hoppercopter is excited. Well, who am I to argue? Let's do it. Give me a second here to set things up. And we shall have this up and running in just mere moments. Okay. I still haven't quite gotten used to setting all this up, but I think we got everything going. All right. Let's do it. All right, I just realized I still didn't clean up the chat box window. I totally forgot to do that. I'm gonna have to do that in the near future. We'll lower the music just a little bit. Oh, that's fine. It'll do. All right, so we're gonna be playing a game, or rather, you are gonna be playing a game. You haven't been around for this before. Let me quickly explain how this works. It's pretty simple. You just follow the instructions on screen there. You input the command sequentially in chat, one input per line. And what that means is you will be seeing numbers and letters on screen. And as you input those in chat, one at a time, we'll see the input progress. And once it has been completed, Lil Jig will perform the Haoken Super Death Blow. And if you can collectively make him do that 5 times before the 60-second timer has elapsed, you will succeed, and Lil Jig will receive enlightenment. But beyond that, there's higher stakes. There's gonna be some jig bucks on the line for those who choose to participate. I don't think this other action... Well, okay, actually, let me try this. I'm gonna press a button here. I'm gonna see if it works. I don't think that works. It's just so weird. I have a thing that's supposed to be able to create predictions, and it doesn't work. And if I send a chat message to type this command, it doesn't work. But if I type the command manually, I think it will work. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why. It's weird. I'm gonna try to figure that out. But there you go. You got a brief moment of time here to make a prediction. Do you think you guys will achieve victory in this minigame or not? Will Lil Jig receive enlightenment? Place your bets. A bit more modesty in the betting now than last time, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. A few more seconds or bets close. Sorry, predictions. But I guess it's a bet. Whatever. All right, submissions closed. That. And let's see how you guys do. Get ready. And go. I think you're gonna have to pick up the pace just a little bit. You're getting the hang of it.
Oh,
Alright, there we go. That's one. I think it's gonna take a little bit of practice. I think this is gonna be totally doable. People have yet to learn the proper strats to account for Twitch delay.
oh,
I don't think we quite made it. Lil Jig has unfortunately failed to receive enlightenment. But someone has succeeded in winning a few Jig bucks. Congrats to the 2 users who are now a couple. Well, I'm getting mixed reports here in chat compared to Twitch's own thing, but someone came out on top. Congrats, and
Yes, I'm very impressed.
better luck next time. So am I, Quan Chi. So am I. All right. Thank you for playing. I don't know about you guys, but I had a lot of fun. And return to business and move on to Games Bond. And let's get some other jams in here. As much as I like this bonus music track, it's gonna get a little repetitive. There we go. All right, today's main event, the return, the continuation of From Russia with Love. And I'm just reminded here that I gotta bring up Live Split. Get some timer action up here. That on screen. And yeah, so this is the game we're playing. We started last time. We did like 2 or 3 levels, maybe. I forget exactly. This game doesn't seem to have like 30 missions, like Everything or Nothing. But I think we counted them on the map, and it's like 15 or something. So maybe they're a little meatier, but there's slightly fewer of them. But so far, we haven't had a shortage of variation. At least there's been a lot of variety of mission types. Done a little bit of running and fighting and shooting and driving while shooting and shooting while driving. So I'm excited to see what other exciting adventures we will have next. The Noodle there is checking in on Q-Branch Research Funding Initiative. Have completed 2 out of 10 daily objectives. We got 8 more before we unlock the next secret bonus game, which isn't so much of a secret this time around. The next secret mission will be CNET 007 edition, the DVD-based Bond film trivia game. And we will be doing that if and when we can achieve this goal. So for those not aware, Q-Branch research funding is provided by you, the viewer, by contributing channel points or subscriptions or merch sales, bits, etc. I think I said channel points. That's not true. But anything that costs actual real money will be rewarded by funneling all those proceeds to Q-Branch. And once we've achieved basically the equivalent of 10 bucks or 1,000 bits or what have you, that will be a daily objective complete. And if we can complete 10 of those daily objectives, that will unlock the next secret mission. Which, let's see. Is it this one? Nope, we already did that one. Is it this one? We already did that one. There we go. Secret mission 006 is the next one. Very curious to see how this will go. I need to buy a copy of this also. but we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. Today though is all about From Russia with Love. So let me boot up the old Xbox, grab my controller, and see if we can get this party started. Take a moment to set up the capture here, and I'll figure this out on my end. Once we've got it all figured out. Okay. All right. This is probably correct. We'll find out soon enough if it isn't. Get rid of these outrun jams. Look. Kind of weird because the system menu stuff on the Xbox is cropped like totally different than when you actually play the game. Hard to figure out. Yeah, like it's off center, right? Well, we'll let it be off center so I don't have to put a bunch of crap on screen. Completely fake opening credits that are nothing like the actual opening credits of the film, but still pretty dang cool. Yeah, the conspicuous additions that, as you might suspect from the look of this footage, were not actually in the 1963 film. Oh yeah, I haven't really looked at the VOD from the last stream, so I don't know if this music is gonna get muted. Like, I feel like it's a good chance that it will. All right, now that we're here, let me check. Yeah, that looks more correct. Claire. Assuming there's nothing here. Oh, dude, there's a Need for Speed Most Wanted demo. I think we're all right. %. All right, let's pick Sean Connery #1. Right, so we can upgrade. Yeah, we can find new outfits, upgrade our weapons and gadgets. We can unlock stuff with our skill points. I feel like I've already forgotten everything about the game, but that's fine. We'll get back into the swing of things. Let's start the timer. Let's do Station T. I'm gonna immediately pause to look at the controls because I don't remember them at all.
Welcome to Station T, James.
On the Constantinople hour.
Oh yeah, the drive there was a little bit more eventful in the game than in the film.
In the rise and fall of civilizations and preventing the downfall of ours.
Again, what happened?
The Russians stormed the building. They've rigged bombs to explode.
Have they taken hostages?
Yes, several.
I'm going in.
All right. Okay, that's all the setup we need. Okay, let me see. Guess we cannot. Find the secret armory. Yeah, there's one Bond moment in every level, which is a little different from the previous games. But why not? Oh! Try and do the manual aim. For some reason, you get like extra points for shooting them in the stomach. A to reload, B to tactical roll. Okay, it's coming back to me. What did it say? Rescue hostages. Disarm bombs. Black to crouch, yeah. Wall climbing. Press A to climb over low walls. Sean Connery trademark agility. That thing's highlighted, but what can I do with that? Is there like a... Oh, I see. Use the Q-copter to access vents to open doors. Pull R to detonate the Q-copter. That's right. We talked to Q and we got a bunch of stuff. I guess I probably shouldn't be standing right next to the door. I'll probably hide over here. Alright, how do I... Alright, ascend. Alright, just like the movie. Supposed to blow this. Seems to work. Can attempt some degree of stealth here.
Unspeakable.
Probably kind of meaningless, but hey, worth a shot. What's up, Elkin Doctor? Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Another 250 Q credits towards the daily objective. Yeah, as far as the gadget stuff in games like this, you know, it can be fun, it can be cool, but ultimately for me what matters is like how disruptive is it to the gameplay experience? Like how clunky and annoying is it to try to use them? And a lot of cases, like it is a little bit clunky and annoying.
How can I ever repay you?
Well, you're a man, so I'm not sure, but okay, we're even. Like ammo everywhere. Oh yeah, the Mission Impossible, or not Mission Impossible, what am I saying? Impossible Mission. Item searching, so good. Guessing I don't vault through this. Probably a pane of glass. There's a little shiny thing on that safe though. Well, I'm assuming, yeah, probably. There's some kind of texture on this glass, so probably can't. Is that the thing I was supposed to gain entry to get a bond point? So by shooting that guy's radio, he won't be able to radio for backup. Also shoot people's grenades. Pretty fun. Like you can walk up to dudes and like stealth take down. But stealth thankfully does not appear to be a very like crucial component of this game. Guess I opened this. So you see, whenever you see that little red star, that's me doing like a fancy Bond maneuver that gives me extra points. And again, for whatever reason, when you target a dude and you go into manual aim, like headshots, whatever, but if you shoot him right in the center of mass, that is somehow like fancy, cool move. I don't really understand that, but can't take cover, right? But I don't know what the button is. Oh, there we go. It was Y. I guess there was something describing levels as like non-linear in this game. Maps definitely feel more open-ended here than everything or nothing. Like I actually have a map sort of look around a little bit at. Okay, that's just because I don't think there's an actual map view. Right, yeah, I can go to my I can change my outfit. Why not? Mix things up. Instant costume switching, that's pretty good. We're gonna get to that room with the safe and stuff in it. Huh. Wait. The grenades are just an equipable weapon. I don't think we've used grenades before. There's a red dot on the map. I can't like aim without aiming. There's no like the left trigger locks onto enemies, but it doesn't like go into aiming mode if there isn't anything to lock onto. So it feels a little unusual. Oh, that's maybe not great. Ah, we'll be fine. There we go. Hell? Don't mind me. I think not. Grab some armor here. See, like, even when you monumentally fuck up like this, like, it's mostly fine. The shotgun is not bad here. Shotgun feels pretty damn good. Did he yell keep firing or cease firing? Let's assume the latter. No one is shooting. Firing has indeed ceased. Oh, that's right. You have like... Oh, I forgot about this mechanic. You can like toggle ammo type. This is very clunky. Like more powerful ammunition. Global... I was gonna say global domination map, but I guess this is like good guys' place, so world peace map, I'm sure. Good guys, huh? Where are we at with the objectives? I don't think we found any bombs. Yeah, maybe we have to do the hostages first, and then we get to the bomb move. Find the secret armory. That implies some amount of secrecy. I wonder if the secret armory is that room we saw with the safe before. Didn't necessarily look like an armory, but certainly a place where things were kept safe. Oh, there's a bomb. Oh, that's right. We had to practice this. I forgot. We did this in the Q lab. Oh, so there probably was a bomb, because I was wondering what that red dot on the map was in the room we passed through. I couldn't see anything, but I probably just didn't realize where to look. Takedowns like that also. Be one of those 4 stars. So maybe let me double check here. I think we might want to rappel back up here. Double check the room. It was hard to see because the red dot is like right on the edge between rooms, it kind of looks like. Let me just double check that there isn't a bomb here. Now that I know, think the red dots are bombs. I guess it might be on a different floor because it looked like the dots didn't change. Kind of wish I could just look at the map though. This like running around stuff, I do not feel like is an improvement to the formula relative to Everything or Nothing. Like I could see how people, like I think they would be wrong, but I could see, especially given the sort of general sentiments at the time, that people might feel like Everything or Nothing had like kind of short levels and like wanting something more meaty. Charge the watch. I guess I probably could have shot that, but that's fun and cool. I guess we'll go here first. Like the whole exploring stuff, not really my cup of tea. And it stands in real stark contrast to Covert uniform. Got a new outfit. Really worth it. So again, I can't lock onto this, so I presumably cannot like break this open or anything. But it kind of looks as though this red dot is this like safe or box or whatever this is, right? But it could be downstairs, I suppose. Like Everything or Nothing has like really tight, short, linear levels for the most part. I think this doesn't really help make the game feel like a more grand or exciting adventure, just like fumbling around, not being sure where to go. But, you know, I could see also from the developer's point of view, perhaps wanting to or being interested in like exploring stuff that they weren't able to do. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of what's like actually kind of cool and good about that game was a result of limitations that they were working under, that they were kind of happy to not be working under. Yeah, there's the... like that they just wanted to spread their wings a little bit and make larger levels. It doesn't seem inconceivable. Use? What did I use? Oh, I'm typing on the typewriter. Okay, good. Writing another Bond novel, I'm sure. Alright, well. Oop, more enemy spawns. Somewhere. Oops. Oh, well, that still worked. Again, having to do the little gut shot to get the points is such a strange design. Also, the interactions are weird. Like, I feel like every time I have to press the button multiple times, because even if I'm standing in the right spot, first time I press the button, like, it just kind of doesn't take. Actually, let's take a look at our tactical outfit. I bet it's gonna look real shit. Overt uniform. Actually, that's not bad. I was expecting something, you know, mid 2000s tactical. Doesn't look too anachronistic. I mean, it's still not the most exciting look, but we'll rock it for a little bit. Keep things interesting, mix things up a little bit. But yeah, I think the overall, like the aiming controls in Everything or Nothing had a pretty steep learning curve. So I think the yep, I had to press it multiple times. There we go. There's the secret. It was the armor. Okay. They've kind of refined it here by making it a little easier. Like in that game, you automatically go into the manual aiming mode as soon as you lock on, and the locking on is a little more finicky. Here, you have to press an extra button to actually bring up the little manual aiming when you're locking on. But basically allowing you to move around pretty freely and not have to worry too much about the aiming is really nice. And just the way the combat is structured, like getting very plentiful armor drops and stuff like that, it's pretty chill, which I appreciate. I think that might be our first successful stealth takedown. I didn't see that guy. Boss. Sorry. I didn't think we were that sneaky for the guy in the same room to not notice us, but hey. Where are we at on the objective? I think there's one hostage left, yeah. Oh, there's 2 blue dots left. Presumably at least one of those is the hostage. This? Fucking love the impossible mission search. SMG ammo. Piping? Nope, not this one. Everything's looking a bit samey. I don't know, let's... I guess the blue dot... This would be the entrance, right? So I think there was a blue dot, like right where the level started. So I assume the other blue dot is the remaining hostage then. So I well. Very good screaming. I guess I'll just keep spawning dudes like that. Looks like it would take us the direction of that blue dot. Sure, we've been here a few times at least. Yeah, so that door was locked, right? But maybe there's an equivalent door downstairs. Well, there is, but it's also locked. Well, I guess I don't know that it's locked, but it looks like it would be. Blue dot is indeed behind. Well, it could be on the lower floor, but suppose we can go downstairs. Yeah, I feel like a sort of linear Call of Duty style roller coaster level design of just, you know, going through this place would have worked just fine. Like it would also. Sure is. Maybe I need to find the final bomb first. Doesn't seem like I'd be able to Q-copter my way. Never mind, it looks exactly like I could Q-copter my way in there. That is in fact exactly what it looks like. Luckily they don't believe in putting grates on vents here. No, can I? No longer a chair there, so there we go. I try to take cover. Didn't go super smooth, but we got there. Schematics. So these just give us points to upgrade our stuff. So what about the upstairs locked door? There's the highly inconspicuous vent. Ooh. I don't need to see the inside of Sean Connery's eyelids. Can I climb? Oh, that's easier. Attaché case. Unlock. Oh yeah, that's right. We I forgot about this mechanic. We find these puzzle cases. But we must have missed one. Whoops. Forgot how this works. Congratulations, you won. 5 research points awarded. It's not a very exciting minigame, but at least it's not a very annoying one either, so I guess it's fine. So I would have to assume that there's something in that locked room upstairs. I'm just running around blindly. Well, there we go. Tapping the lock-on button to figure out where the guys are, because your camera turns like really slowly. Need armor, but I think there should be some strewn all around the place. Well, I don't really need armor, do I? I was not completely maxed out on armor. Let me just throw a quick look up there to see if there's a conspicuous vent, because I was kind of looking for one and I didn't see one. Like, based on what the level had taught me previously, I just assumed that if there's a locked door, maybe there's a vent. But whatever, there's no dawn on the map, so I'm not gonna bother. Alright, let's go find the last bomb. Wouldn't be inside here, would it? Because it's like supposed to be a secret thing. I feel like I would have seen it if it was literally right. It would be nice if the map would indicate if things are on, like if the dots, the objective markers indicate something that's on a different floor. It'd be nice if it showed it as like an arrow or something. Doorway. How do I get through there? Kind of backtrack through large chunks of the level. Yeah, like even the fact that you have like the time rating for every level, there's like an objective thing to complete every level by a certain time. Wait. No repel point. And like redoing levels to do them quickly is one thing, but like routing a level like this to learn how to do it quickly doesn't seem like fun to me. Aha, I go up. Press the button like 3 times to open the door. No one notices a thing. Safety second shot there. Just in case the first headshot didn't take. Next. See, that's a little quicker than using the laser. That was not a stealth takedown, but still worth points all the same. Maybe the blue dot is where we have to leave once we're done with this. Presumably the game isn't just gonna end the level. Okay, wherever that was. Oh, disarm the final bomb. Wait. So I wonder if that spawns like on different place based on, like, I can't see where it is. But it's presumably not in this part of the level. No, I cannot. That's the... But I can go through. Like the nightmare scenario of feeling like you're on the other side of the map, not being able to quite see where you need to go. Have to wing it a little bit. If it's upstairs, to kind of double back. What am I through the door? But it's probably not, because there was a thing in this room already, right? Yeah. I'll have to go upstairs. This is a little annoying. Stairs here. I should be able to make it fine, but so much of this level is just spent kind of wandering around. It's like ambient combat noise. Hard to determine if it's actually something happening here or blew up the the whatchamacallit, the lock, at least ahead of time. Okay, final bomb. Yep, there we go. Oh shit, it's the Thanos copter. Okay. Oh, okay, so that was behind the locked door. I see. Like, they do a good job of these like little set piece moments and cool stuff happening and all that, but oh yeah, so this is like locked off. But the overall like structure and progression of this level felt pretty unexciting. Taking straight hits here. Bazooka fires a rocket-propelled grenade. Yeah, very friendly of him to unlock this door for me. Collect some rockets. Nothing here. I probably didn't need to grab that armor just yet, but... Oh, interesting. There's like full manual aiming. Can I take cover, please? Whatever. Pushes look so good. I figured this would be sort of a puzzle boss fight, but I guess the bazooka is only going to do like a third helicopter's health. Unless there's respawning rockets, I guess we can find out. Well, I guess it's probably a good idea to switch to powerful ammo. What's up, Conga Line Monkey? Remember enjoying this? It's a cool game. I just have very high expectations of it after having played Everything or Nothing. made by the same developers. Oh, and guns break the pillars. I wasn't sure if that would be a thing. I wonder if the shotgun's gonna be any good. Seems pretty decent. Oh! Oh, not at this range, though. Can I actually hit it with a grenade? I feel like it's a dicey time to try it. Oh, shit. Not a good time to be reloading. Oh my god. Don't roll into the wall, please. Holy shit. That was really fucking close.
Great work, Bob.
Well, thanks, Karen. But the question remains. Why did the Russians decide to go to war now? I wonder if my arrival had something to do with it.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Perhaps we need to look in on the Russian consulate and find out who's behind the attacks.
It's time to spy on the spies.
Whew. Yeah, this was on PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and PSP. Yeah, we took a bit longer there. But yeah, if we get the disables and bond moment goals for each level, I'm more than satisfied. I think the awards... Yeah, I'm not sure if the awards actually give you anything in and of themselves. Like, you probably need them to unlock stuff or whatever, like maybe the bonus videos or something like that. You probably get something by getting enough rewards. But I don't think the research points or skill points are locked behind the awards in any way. So we're not like missing out on important upgrade ability or anything, I would imagine. I'm not sure. Yes, I would. Yeah, like, one of my favorite parts of Everything or Nothing was that the levels are, like, super short. They're, like, really intense and really short. And I'm a little worried that we're not gonna... Well, I feel convinced that we're not gonna get that in this game, but I hope that it won't be to the point where levels feel like they sort of drag. It's been a fun game so far, but this was probably my least favorite level, just because the level itself didn't really offer anything interesting or novel. We're also kind of skipping past now the first... bonus level. Oh, there we go. 10 awards to unlock. So there you go. So that's how we actually unlock the bonus levels. I'm not going to actually be too concerned about those, but interesting to know. Stumble Part 2. But before we get there, yeah, we got all the schematics for this level. Means we got a bunch of research point. 45. Right, so I put some money into the armor already. I was like, are you ever going to use this in combat? Seems unlikely. Q-copter, I feel like I would never try to use offensively. I feel like I'll use it to unlock doors and to solve puzzles, in which case you don't need it upgraded. Health, like, there's probably going to be parts where you get shot at and you want the copter to survive, so having health is quite helpful. But it doesn't seem like, surely they wouldn't, you know, maybe you miss out on the ability to open up a door for some hidden stuff or something, but that would be like the worst case scenario. So the armor seems like the sensible investment, like, can't really go wrong. I mean, if I hadn't had the improved armor, I probably would not have survived the... I mean, I definitely would not have survived the helicopter fight, so... but let's see here. Like, I guess what's worth unlocking is going to kind of depend a little bit on what weapons are in the level in question. I only upgraded the armor. I didn't upgrade any of the weapons. It's interesting you don't upgrade damage or anything like that, which is probably a good thing, so they can kind of balance around knowing what the weapons actually, you know, how they behave and function. Shotgun ammo seems to have been quite rare so far, but I did actually have quite a bit of it by the time we got to the boss fight. But the... Yeah, wait. How do you increase clip size by 50% when it has a clip size of 1? Didn't seem like I could load more than 1 round at a time, but maybe I'm mistaken. Okay, let's do it. Okay, yeah, so these are just like singular upgrades. Again, max ammo doesn't seem like a big concern when I don't get any ammo to begin with. Fire rate seems full. Clip size for less frequently reloading. Do this. Let's put another 25 into the armor, because again with the guns, it's like, am I gonna get a new gun every level so that I don't want to actually put a bunch of points into older guns? Doesn't seem impossible. Let's do that. Right, so I think the skill points are for unlocking this stuff, yeah. This is like unlocking multiplayer characters. But I'm gonna want to like look too much at all that stuff before seeing it in the game. I don't really like the way it's done. It's doing that either. Like, it's kind of weird how it just has like the full list of levels and everything. Like, for a game like this, it seems a little odd to have it just like all listed out before you even get to any of it. I mean, I guess it is based on a 40-year-old movie, but even so, a good 70% of the game kind of like made up anyway. It doesn't bother me greatly, but I find it slightly irksome. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's do one more mission. Actually, let's not. I was looking over to my clock there and realized I have been streaming for almost 2 hours, so I could go, but I think it's a better idea to just take a short break, or else I'll just forget to take breaks. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I'll see you for more Bond action right after this. All right. Returned. Refreshed and ready to go. So let's return to Istanbul. Zoom the timer. Do it. Nice and smooth progress.
Let's get to the Russian consulate before the locals start asking questions we don't have answers for.
Good idea. There's an underground waterway that leads to a cistern from where we can spy on them.
All right.
But first, we have to get past a Russian checkpoint. We'll pick up some uniforms at my son's house.
Another family business?
In my world, blood is the best security.
In the movie, of course, where they
Let's not try to spill any more of it.
go through this secret water underground aqueduct or whatever. But I'm laughing because I remember seeing a shot somewhere in the trailer or something that we watched where in that scene, or the equivalent of that scene in this game, apparently Karim Bey's little boat has like this giant chain gun mounted on it, so that should be pretty good. Trying to remember the driving controls. There's a brake button. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, of course. I figured.
Looks like we picked up some company again.
Traffic in
I'll
this city
say.
is murder.
Probably have. Yeah. Okay. So we got. I don't think this car is actually a villainous car, though. It just got stuck on us. Well, I'm trying not to kill anyone. Oh, maybe they are evil. Luckily, there's a bit of auto aim, it seems. Through it. Car controls are a little tricky. I like that they knew that we were going left, so they just took a hard turn there. I'm just kind of looking at the mini map over there.
We need.
I was like, the map says there's a left here. All right, there we go. Seamless transition. Boat action, that's pretty cool. There.
Hurry, sir. The uniforms are in that container over there.
Capture is freaking out. Give me a sec. Where was he gesturing towards? Not this, but we'll take it. Oh, thing. Russian disguise. All right, so the game's actually using the inventory system, the outfits, like the actual game mechanic. All right, it's pretty good. One will suspect a thing.
It's an ambush.
Luckily, I'm disguised. We'll be fine. I'm shooting him right in the body armor. Getting, like, Bond style points for that. Destroy the car before it escapes. Enter, please. Dangerous stakes here. Oh, they've got a bit of a head start. God dang it.
Disable our enemies before we can proceed, my friend.
All right, okay, okay, we're good. We're good. Trying to look at the map. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say let's cut through here, but nope. Driving in circles here. Ah. Well, fine. We'll do this then. Like he's attempting to escape. Dude, I'm trying to look at the map to see where I can go. Oh, and he literally just went. Oh my god, this is so awkward. One of those things where I'm sure, like, if you do it perfectly, it's like takes 2 seconds, and when you don't, you have to like fumble around awkwardly. Oh, there we go. Luckily, it didn't quite appear as though it was attempting to escape anywhere. That's fine. We'll just casually drive up the consulate. No one will have any reason to doubt our legitimacy. Guys will look like fools when we step out of the car and we're wearing a Russian uniform. I feel like I'd be perfectly fine with the occasional level or two that was a little bit more about sort of social engineering, stealth, espionage. Like, they don't have to throw like the entire Russian army at us, exploding things left and right in like every single level, in my humble opinion. Push on health. Hey, remember that part? We blew that up previously. Ah, stop over here, I guess. Oh, oh, right. I have that thing. Forgot about that. I'm trying to rolls. There we go. And I guess everything's totally fine. Oh. Yeah, literally fine. Can I flirt with her? Just rummage through your files here. The machine gun ammo. Excellent automatic rifle. Oh yeah, honestly, like, I feel like that stage could have been cool if they literally like took out all the combat stuff. Like, just driving through some checkpoints to do some things to like stealthily sneak past here would have been so much cooler than like blowing up 50 cars
Here's the
2 feet outside the place we're sneaking into.
Takes us to the surveillance room under the consulate.
But oh well.
I'll give you a hand with the boat. Stay here, and I'll get the winch.
There they are. Kill them.
Like, so much for the disguise anyway. I feel like we could have just shot those 3 people and that would be that, you know? No ammo for this. It is. Karen Bay's not a lot of help, is he? Like, shooting, but seemingly accomplishing all that much. Well, I guess we're going through here. I guess we are not. Okay. Armor? Oh, I'm very low on armor, I just realized. Explosive barrel we're targeting. Stunt our way across, it looks like. Pockets. I guess I just have all the weapons. I don't need to collect weapons. Didn't really occur to me. But we're still at the mercy of whatever ammo. Satisfying. Instantly being shot at from various directions. Armor there. Camera's not being terribly helpful. I'm trying to lock on. No health. I probably should have grabbed this, so. Bond moment, enter the secret armory. I guess there was a secret armory in this level too. I guess that would have been in the Russian consulate. Whatever. That's there's nothing past this door on the map, so safe to assume that there's nothing there. That didn't go all that smoothly, but whatever. We have the whole boat section left. You have to be like facing the exact right direction. Oh. Like, oh! Do I like reset progress here? Oh, okay. Over here. This is a little ridiculous. Oh, okay. Died eventually. Up arm. No, I guess my 50% ammo increase, or the clip size increase for the shotgun, did indeed increase the clip size from 1 to 2. Increased rate of fire on this is definitely noticeable. A lot of ammo. Guys are just gonna spawn. There we go, that's what I was trying to do. And hell. Run back. I was hoping that would trigger a cutscene. Wait, I can't run back. Swung graciously across the boat. Okay, there we go. Massive delay. Ooh, that was pretty rough. Is that the level though? Good. Okay. I'm glad that they didn't have like another like long section after that. I don't know, like I'm super thrilled with the level design in this game, or like the mission design. There is a lot of elements from Everything or Nothing, but they're not really like pieced together in as interesting a way, I feel like. Yeah, this is the first time I think we missed the Bond moment. All right. 19 research points. On. Still feel like we're, you know, our survivability is still at a premium. So I'm very hesitant to invest anything in upgrading guns. The stopping power of guns still seems like mostly pretty alright. Enemies don't feel tanky except for the guy that took like 2 direct rockets, 4 grenades, and a bunch of shotgun blasts. Like, that was a bit silly. So I kind of feel like again, I'll have a better sense for which weapons I would like to upgrade, I suppose. Yeah, let's save the research points and get another armor upgrade next time. And let's go underground.
Good going so far, James. Now all we need to do is follow these tunnels until we're under the consulate. Once we're there, the surveillance room is hidden off to the side, and we can look in on our friends, the Russians.
Like that he
Let's hope it's smooth sailing.
got into his gray suit. Let's hope it's smooth sailing, but let me man this giant machine gun just in case. Look at how stable he is, though.
He drowned his enemies and ex-wives down here too. Do the Russians know about it?
Yes.
I have to aim with the left stick, which is
We'll be safe
they're making this a little hurt. Well, that guy looks vicious.
Keep an eye on the shadows. Looks like we're expected.
Oh my god. This is gonna be awkward. I will have no idea where I'm supposed to aim. Luckily, turning here seems a little faster than on foot. But whenever the boat turns, your aiming kind of turns with it, so...
We have to eliminate that array. Take us back to the central platform, and I'll blow the lock.
I'll blow the what? This giant glowy thing, presumably. I mean, as far as turret levels go, this one's got some pretty nice scenery, at least.
Karen, here they come.
Blow up this whole bridge. That's nice. Got all these supports. Quite conspicuous, but I guess that's not how that works.
Shoot the gears, James.
What? Like, especially when you have sort of 360-degree looking around like this, it's like kind of weird because the game just will not be able to know where you're looking. Yet it's gonna present stuff to you that's gonna be like pretty important some place or another. And even if you are looking exactly where you should be looking for like strategic purposes or for narrative excitement, the sheer ability to look around is gonna constantly make you second guess whether you're looking in the right spot or not. And I kind of hate that feeling. And low on armor.
Good job, Kevin.
Couple of what? I'm not so sure.
I'll do my best.
Not even sure blowing up the barrels like does stuff, but aiming is, it's not like Rogue Agent style. How the hell did they manage to make the aim this bad? But it's not super easy. I mean, it controls fine, but the frame rate and having to use the left analog stick to aim fine, like, makes it a little tricky. The worst part too is, like, if I die and have to redo this stage, I'll have no idea what to do differently to perform better. I'm like completely just guessing where to look, and everything looks the same, so it's not like I'm gonna like remember different parts of the level. All right, I'm out of armor, so taking real damage now. said something about sinking, so I'm assuming we need to shoot other boats. I'm not sure about anything else, but try to avoid getting exploded if at all possible. I'm just looking over the map, and it's like, well, it looks like there's a bunch of level left, but there's an objective marker here, so... But this is not the end of the level.
Welcome to the Russian consulate, directly above us.
Never suspect a thing.
From your Royal Navy.
Oh, fantastic. How did you arrange it?
A cousin in the Public Works Department had the building declared unsafe. The Russians moved out and we've moved in. The sun will come up in a moment. Do you see anything?
I see our lector, and it seems to be the topic of discussion. Who's the general?
Krylenko, KGB. He'd be responsible for the attacks against us.
Things are shaping up nicely.
Ah, the girl.
Yes. Wait.
Karen Bey has powerful allies. He's in league with the surrounding gypsies, and we simply cannot push him out.
I don't care. Take everything we have and assault their camp. I'll lead them myself.
Something about a camp of gypsies.
My friends.
Needed arms, Lector. Just put it in the vault. We will deal with it later.
They said something about attacking a gypsy camp and putting the lector in a vault.
I must warn my friends.
Pretty funny, they just like conspicuously added the
No, but they keep
sound coming in the film. There's like, they make a point out of the fact that they don't have sound, so they don't know exactly what's being talked about.
After I get those blueprints. Be careful. I'll see you soon.
All right, sure. I guess I don't need a way out. I'll be fine. I guess I'll just shoot my way out the front door, probably. I did get full armor. That's nice. Kind of makes it odd that there is armor here. Maybe on 00 Agent, it doesn't refill your armor. Oh, no more boat turret. That's sonic cufflink. That's right. Saw those in the manuals. How do they... We didn't get to practice... Throw them, I guess.
Alarm! Alarm! Move! I can't get a shot!
Radio guy there. Where'd he go? Not this way, I suppose. I just run past him? Sure. The gun is a really weird noise, but I do find it quite satisfying. Like that's supposed to be the compressor. Oh, we got through that pretty unscathed, so that. I guess we have learned that sonic cufflinks are basically a stun grenade. While watching the movie, we're thinking that just the visuals doesn't really give you that much intelligence for how much work installing the periscope. I mean, you'd still take it though, right? I mean, assuming that like in the film, you don't have to go through the fucking war zone to get there. Right, man? I just got a new weapon. Sick. Just, oh my god. I was gonna say a stealth takedown where I can, but... The fact that you can do shit like that and still somehow not monumentally fuck everything up. Like a pretty nice feeling.
Surrender!
Fuck, I missed this grenade. There. Oh, that's pretty cool. You shoot the... I mean, it didn't seem to achieve anything, but... Oh my god! The relative aim just like going complete haywire when he was jumping up on the table. Well, I really wanted to shoot his grenade, but that's fine. We get to explore a little bit just now. More armor? Sure, why not? How are we on AK ammo? Well, 0, I guess. Can't even equip it. I just saw that the thing, like... Well, we did get the AK ammo. Aha! The room extended here. But yeah, it's interesting just looking at this coming off of Rogue Agent. And I guess that was a while ago at this point, but... a little bit of style and stuff going on. Like, you can make these pretty gray hallways still kind of look cool. That game was... pretty awful to look at. Whoa, okay. Well, now what? Down? I can't look up or down, so... Well, I guess we don't go up. And, whoa! The helicopter seems pretty resilient. Good. Smashing into things left and right. Oh, there's a lock. Where that is, but presumably we'll see the other end of that at some point. Got some armor, and I think there was a schematic in there. I feel like the lighting and the detail and even the color, like the red bricks and everything. I guess it's this door. Ah, I thought it was going to toss him over the ledge. But I couldn't really, like, go anywhere else, could I? Oh, whatever. Actually, what's our objective here? Find the blueprints, right? Spawn moment, enter the secret storage room. I want... Is that the room I just saw? Let me just double check. Like... I might have just unlocked the secret storage room. Just see that I didn't miss the entry. Oh yeah, it would be downstairs, right? Because we wouldn't be where we... Ah. Special shotgun shells. Complex schematics. Alright, well, good thing we're a bit thorough there. A little annoying not to be able to see the ammo count here. Like, you have to actually equip the weapon. See the ammo count. Camera a little wacky. Oh, I didn't. Oh, thanks. Yep. That is so satisfying. I forget if getting those little stars, get if that contributes to your research points. I think it does. Nice, the puzzle attaché case. Possible mission. Drawers. Addicts? Nice. So I guess we'll might as well do the puzzle right away. Missing every other, I suppose. Failing an input doesn't, like, remove your progress or anything. Ah, you can do multiple... Okay. You can do multiple button presses as long as the right icon is on. One's a little more complex than the previous ones, though, that's for sure. Aha, but it was worth 8 research points. Nice, okay. I mean, that was pretty tedious, but... okay. Keep, like, wanting to explore all these corners of the room, but there's rarely... It's got, like, weak point. Oh, can I shoot off his armor? Is that the idea? That's actually kind of sick. That is actually sick. I think I have a rocket, though, but I don't know if he's gonna be, like... too much of a threat without armor. That's sick. Okay. I guess I didn't even, like... I figured on the previous stage, like, well, I found the rockets. The stage is going to be over pretty soon, so I might as well just use them, which I think was the right choice. But because I used the rockets when we fought the first armor dude, the bazooka has a manual aim system that's, like, different from all the other weapons. And as a result, I didn't see the lock-on targets to realize the guy had, like, targets on his shoulder straps for the armor. That's a cool mechanic, though. That makes me a lot more appreciative of that enemy type compared to before. Blueprint room. Oh. That drawing on the wall. I guess it's the jetpack. Also okay. Neat. Blueprints. Just grab some stuff. Map of the Russian consulate. Oh. All right, okay. Another jetpack section, sure. Guess that's our way out of here. Precariously position myself just the right position and angle so I can enter the jetpack. Do I blow up the wall here or something? Probably not. Don't have... okay, where do I go? I'm gonna guess that's a monster closet. I was gonna say, I think I just have to, like, shoot dudes and... I have unlimited rockets also. Oh my god. Explosions in this game are really good. I suppose. Try not to remain static. Oh yeah, you can, like, dodge. Right, you literally have a dodge button. Works when flying. Oh, I guess I can land there. Okay. Is there a turret? A little unclear on why I would want to, but... Grab some schematics, I suppose. Fair enough. There, huh? So do I have like specific jetpack? Yeah, okay, so the jetpack has its own life bar. I was figuring I could land and maybe collect armor or something, but no such luck. Hopefully if I die here, I'll only have to redo the escape part at least. But I'm not sure, we haven't had many deaths, so I don't really know. Like, Everything or Nothing, I think, doesn't have checkpoints at all. But it has, like, super short levels, so it doesn't need them. Like, the levels are so short that it, like, feels like good checkpointing, basically. But with the mission structure being so different here, I'm not sure what to expect. Kind of cool visual effect on the water surface. Dude, if only you could lock on with the boat turret. Make things a lot easier. Kind of smooth. Probably something... Well, I guess there probably is not. I can't go on foot from... Like... And I have more armor. I don't know if I need to, like, return here to, get the jetpack or how that's gonna work. What's up, Cavani? Experiences. Games with guns. Bad on console. But melee combat, good. I mean, I think it all comes down to how the controls are designed. I think the controls here are, for the most part, designed really well to not require a lot of fine aiming, like with the locking on and everything. But it's more the camera when you get up close that can make things really hectic and confusing and weird. Like, I was wondering if, since we could land, like, was there a purpose? Do I go the rest of the way on foot? But that doesn't really seem to be the case, because now we're stuck here. Going nuts. But if we could clear out these enemies ahead of time, that was actually still probably not a bad idea. I don't have a lot of jetpack health left. Auto aim makes you feel like a toddler, but it's not about aiming. Like, if aim is automatic, then the game is challenging you in other ways. Like, I mean, you can feel the way you're welcome to feel however you feel. But if the alternative is like manual aiming, that's shit, and auto aim actually makes the game fun and feel good. Okay, yeah, literally pointless to just go on foot there then. Then I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, you might feel like you're not being tested on your mastery of aim. But I think that's fine. That's like not what a game is about. What's up, Nikita? Saturday. Drop down here quick because, yeah, the first time that when I could go through the door, didn't actually show me that there was something behind the door until after I was on. I really don't understand what the purpose is supposed to be. Going this way. I'm trying to lock onto these guys. I'm gonna use the missiles on the boat. Sure. Alright, this is pretty cool. Guess we have to... Map's a little confusing. But this is where we came from, right? Then this... Health. I mean, it's highly possible for a game that has, like, generous auto-aiming or locking on or whatever to, like, not have very satisfying shooting. But I think for this game, it's like a good choice. I think it works well. And I think there's a lot of, like, having played a bunch of other Bond games that for the most part don't have that at all. I mean, GoldenEye has a bunch of auto aim too, but in a different way. It doesn't like lock on to enemies. I think it feels great. Like it's a real nice change of pace to not have to worry about aiming so much. Because it makes for a smoother experience that isn't as finicky about like fine tuning your reticle to snipe gray pixel blobs on the horizon. You know what some of those other games kind of are. Like maybe the positioning stuff isn't like super compelling here either, but I'm glad to have, like, it's one of those things where I'm okay not being, it's kind of, you know, the takedowns and the fisticuffs, like they don't have, you know, complex mechanics to them either, and that's fine. And especially having gone through a series of like kind of difficult and borderline harrowing games with the rogue agent stuff, I'm glad, like, I'm happy for this to be a bit on the easy side as well. But you know, if you are playing a game, like if I was playing this on mouse and keyboard on a PC, I think this kind of control system might feel a little awkward. Like, because you probably could aim better. Like, you know, it comes down to the level design and how the enemies are placed and a bunch of stuff like that also, but I think for what they were going for, like, I think this is a refinement over, like, it's interesting because if one feels that this is a little too simplified, then you might prefer how it works in Everything or Nothing, because in Everything or Nothing you lock on, but you have to manually aim also. And I thought that was cool, but very cumbersome, and it took a long time from, like, I had beaten most of the game before I kind of got used to how that worked. And what they did in this game is it works the same way, sort of, but there's like a middle step where you lock on, and then you press another button to enter the manual aim. And if you don't enter manual aim, you just kind of lock on to, you know, you'll basically still hit the enemy. Because what happens in Everything or Nothing is you can lock on, but your reticle, like your aiming laser pointer, isn't really targeting anything in particular. Like, it's in the general vicinity and direction of the enemy, but it's not really targeting anything. So it ends up kind of this weird thing where the camera is being completely taken over by the lock-on, but you're not actually hitting the target necessarily without doing manual aiming. But you don't get to aim without first locking on. So it becomes a little cumbersome and just unusual, like a little unintuitive. So here, they kind of give you more of the choice of whether to use the manual aim or not. Which I think, I like that change, but I also think the actual lock-on just works better. Like, there are other things about it that I think is a little more refined here. But I do think that Everything or Nothing's aiming system is actually super interesting. Like, it's actually a pretty clever, unusual take on sort of third-person running around shooting controls. But I mean, it's fine to not be very compelled by the shooting in this game. I mean, I don't think it's... I don't think aiming is an interesting challenge here. But I don't think the game's lesser for it. I don't miss having the challenge of aiming. But I'm also coming to this at a point where I'm very ready for something to be more spectacle focused, and I'm not so concerned about the challenge. But I also think, like, as far as James Bond, like as a character and in terms of like the power fantasy, yes, of course he's like a marksman and he can hold his own in a firefight. But I'm okay. It's kind of like when you're playing a Batman game. I was talking before about the gadgets, and that's one thing where I think Bond and Batman have a lot in common. That, like, whether the gadgets feel like they're a good, like, execution in a game or not hinges heavily on how smooth it is to actually use them. If you have to go into a menu, equip something, go into an awkward first-person camera and slowly, awkwardly aim and then fire something, whether it's a grappling hook or a batarang or whatever, then it's like just not a good experience. And that's what many Batman games are like. And then in Arkham Asylum, they're like, you know what? You can just tap a button and you just throw a batarang and it'll hit its target. And it feels so much better. And at no point when I've played any of the Arkham games do I feel like, man, I wish I had to awkwardly aim every single batarang in first person. That would make me feel so much more like Batman. Like, I mean, in Arkham VR, just flinging batarangs like for the target practice thing felt pretty good. That was cool. But streamlining and automating parts to make it so that the character performs actions more effortlessly than you would if you have to do it yourself, I think is a perfectly valid and oftentimes appropriate method of like realizing that power fantasy of that particular game or character. But it's all down to like what the intention of the design is, in my opinion. I would say that Nikita Lobo, Rogue Agent does not look great. It looks dull as shit. And I think Agent Under Fire is kind of weird because it has like terrible frame rate. But Nightfire, Everything or Nothing, and this for sure are really nice looking games. All right, so we got the next level and we also unlocked the previous bonus level. Got some more points here. Yeah, I've got 3 research points for performing moves. But yeah, like, I'm enjoying this game for sure. It's a pretty smooth experience so far. But yeah, I think the level design and the kind of variety and spectacle, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff about this that it makes it feel very much lesser than Everything or Nothing. Like, it's a fun game. It's enjoyable, but it's not making super strong impact. I'm also like not like the way it's structured with the challenges and stuff. Even though I have like the part time and the stuff like that, I don't really feel particularly compelled to like revisit levels. Whereas in many of the other games, because they had more elaborate scoring systems, like there was that desire, even if I didn't get around to it or necessarily felt that strongly about it, on some level there's that appeal of going back to get a gold medal or to get a higher score. And this kind of doesn't really have that, which I think is kind of unfortunate. 50 research points. Wow, okay. Alright, so the sonic cufflinks. I wonder what's a good strategic use for the cufflinks. Like, do you stun people and then headshot them? Like, I was trying to do takedowns. That wasn't super effective because I guess there were people just outside the range that weren't stunned that started shooting at me when I was doing that. I feel like I'll just forget to use these and I won't really bother with them anyway. Where did I land on Everything or Nothing? Or The World's Not Enough, rather, on the N64. I like it a lot. I think in a lot of ways, it's obviously looking to emulate GoldenEye. And granted, well, I don't want to call myself a GoldenEye hater, but I don't think as highly of it as I think most people do. I think there's a lot of things about Everything or Not, or god damn it, every single time I get the titles mixed up. The World's Not Enough is clearly looking to emulate GoldenEye, and I think in a lot of ways, when they made some tweaks to certain elements, I think those were good changes or improvements. I think there's certain elements to how the game is structured and how it functions that I can see why it wouldn't have the same longevity or depth as GoldenEye necessarily. But I think it's like, if you enjoy GoldenEye, I don't see why you wouldn't enjoy The World's Not Enough. I think I struggled with it at the very beginning before I settled on a control scheme that let me actually aim properly. But without, like, aside from that, I think, to the best of my recollection, it's been a while since I played them. The problem with GoldenEye for me in a lot of ways is that it has a very high annoyance factor. There are certain levels that are like extremely annoying, and it's a game that kind of almost requires you to know a lot of its arcane secrets for you to actually enjoy playing it. And if you don't, you just get mega destroyed very quickly, and like just gets very annoying and frustrating. And I didn't feel like I had that issue with World's Not Enough. It also had like arguably a little more variety in a way where it had like more of those kind of adventure-y sections. But at times it had slightly annoying, clunky gadget stuff. But another thing that I think GoldenEye is just like, it's an interesting thing, and it's like it's difficult to judge it too harshly for it because it was kind of breaking new ground. It was quite innovative, but the whole mission objectives stuff and how the missions are designed is like not delivered very well. There's a lot of missions where you get like vague descriptions of stuff that makes no sense without the context of having seen it and, you know, understand what to do. It drops a bunch of shit in your inventory, and it's like you have an objective that's like, oh, attach the modem to the server mainframe, and you have like, you know, I guess you can identify which of your gadgets is the modem because it's called a modem. But it's like, good luck guessing which of these 55 gray cubes is the mainframe. I don't know, you just have to know, I guess, or like trial and error, just throwing modems at boxes until you see that the objective is completed. But I don't think that game's entirely, unique in that either. But I think that's one element where I think a lot of Bond games since GoldenEye has kind of struggled with the idea of giving you mission objectives and like how you figure out how to complete them, and whether like how you can make that into a sort of a satisfying experience. What Nightfire did, and what a lot of other games have done, this is kind of like that too, to a degree. That Istanbul level was more open-ended, but in a lot of ways you kind of have this linear path, and the objective is just kind of telling you what's the next story beat, what's the next thing. And I think that works fine, because it still gives you that spy mission feel and flavor of like achieving multiple steps to this plan in order to complete your mission. Whereas if you get this sort of more open-ended approach like in GoldenEye, the feeling I feel that I get from playing it is like I'm just wandering around trying to understand what my objectives are and what the game is asking of me, and that, like, again, doesn't really contribute to the feeling of being James Bond. Like and I think there's several things contributing to that, like, but again, I don't want to judge GoldenEye too harshly for it because it was still a very interesting idea. It was just executed crudely, and the idea of how to get that kind of stuff working more smoothly was more figured out over time, so to speak. But yeah, in broad terms, I think The World's Not Enough is it's a cool game that probably does not get as much attention and appreciation as it deserves. Get one armor. Let's get some trades, I think. But I think, like, coming to GoldenEye now, the things that I'm actually impressed with is like shooting guns actually feels satisfying, which is like surprising for a game that has awkward controls and runs at like 20 FPS. The sound design is fantastic. Like just the way the weird like hit stun on enemies and like the sound of shooting. Like there are a few guns that feel awful, mostly due to the sound, but a lot of them actually feels like just mashing the trigger with the PPK, like that just feels great. And I mean, there's so many FPSs that struggle with that. But again, I think like the mission design is a little weird. Some levels are fun, some are a complete chore. I think the stealth mechanics are atrocious. Like there are parts of it that are extremely annoying, and there are parts of it that are genuinely cool. But when I think of like its value and like what it does well and its, you know, supposed greatness or whatever, like what makes me place it in like high on the tier list isn't necessarily the kind of stuff that, you know, the mission structure or like innovative nature of something like that, as much as it's like, yeah, you know what, when you're on a level that isn't annoying as shit, like the shooting is actually fun. I like that a whole lot. Yeah, the stealth stuff is just bonkers. Like it's just terrible. It's like it's extremely unintuitive how the like the alertness of the guards and stuff like that works. And you have like infinitely spawning enemies. It's just like, ugh, I don't like it. Really don't know. That. Save. I find myself using the it's nice. I have to read constantly. Love the way you're approaching and analyzing the games. Well, thank you. I'm for for as frequently as I may be complaining about things frustrating me, I'm having a great time with it as well. All right, let's go to the camp. This is like one of the 2 action scenes in the film. Oh, there's more than 2 action scenes, but it's like there's this and like the helicopter fight, and then like the brawl at the end, kind of it.
James! I was worried. Did you retrieve the blueprints?
Yes, and I see you've warned your friends.
Yes, we're ready.
Yeah, this plays out a little bit differently in the film.
Another crisis has sprung up. Follow me. 2 girls in love with the chief's son have threatened to kill each other. They're going to settle it the gypsy way.
He's a lucky man, the chief's son.
And this, well, if you're unfamiliar, this is in fact actually from the film. Rip that guy, I guess. Alright, well, stealth should not be too much of a concern.
Well, first of all, we need to take out that turret.
Hate not being able to see my ammo. Here I go with this then. What? The wrong button. I hit his grenade. There we go. Okay, didn't take, I guess. Oh, he has a boss life bar. I only just realized. Reload. I was gonna say, are there other people shooting at us? Fine, we'll just do this, I guess. That didn't do a lot of damage, frankly. But the right magnum. No, I want to... Was I was locking onto something over here. There we go. Thought the wagon would start rolling or something. Like, in the movie. Maybe later. Alright, that's a bit silly. Yeah, they chill and hang out at the camp for a little bit longer in the film. Bond just doesn't show up and then immediately
You'll need to get a gas mask from the supply wagon.
battle. Wait, what the hell is my objectives? Find a way into the kitchen, a real Bond moment. Oh, okay. I was like, why is this target point here? Armor or anything? Armor, at least. I have like no ammo for anything. Well, except the shotgun for one. Good night. It didn't go super great. Don't tell me I have to rappel out of here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's a gas mask. Can I fucking hit the barrel? There we go. Dude, I have no health. I don't think health comes back either. Not really equipped to fight at range. Okay, but I can probably take out the turret a lot quicker. Assuming, well, there could be a checkpoint after it. I wouldn't expect so, but... Oh, well, fine.
You're a dead man, whoever you are.
Try to get some ammo. Well, okay, well, go here now. She'll be fine, I'm sure. Yeah. Awkward. Want ammo. Yeah, the bazooka is the answer. It looked like there was a dress shirt inside the armor. Or a little bit. Find a way into a kitchen. I guess it's just like illuminated, so the inside of the armor looks really bright. Over here. Probably not getting through here. No. Sure, it's armor or barrel, but so nice. I think I somehow reloaded. Wait, my armor is draining rapidly because I didn't have the gas mask. I guess that's how that works. If I equip it here, limited amount of. Oh, I got a little air gauge now. I thought this place was just a little musky, but turns out it's gas, as we had been warned. Can I please get up here? Oh my god! No. Voices are kind of... This black tuxedo, a perfectly tailored tuxedo. Well, I mean... Guests. Dressed apart. Special. Oh, wait. Full on special amp. That. I got one special rocket. wonder if you can get other grenades. Probably not. Yeah, I got 4 standard Q-copters. I'm pressing the targeting button to see if I can lock onto something, but I'm gonna run around back here because there was armor down here. Couldn't drop down. It's kind of a cool effect, these like muffled voices sort of nearby. Alright, more. What? Mask was depleted. Do I need to find another mask? I guess there was a whole bunch of them just hanging off the wagon. We're not getting a good time rating, but that's okay. Locked. I guess that's probably where we go when we're done with this section. I'm assuming it's not going to start draining air until I'm in an actual gas area, but granted, here. Hit the grenade like mid tactical roll. Just dropped in the center of the room, right in front of the hostage, but thankfully you can't harm them. That's good. Still gas in here, by the way. The mask is just draining. Can I just unequip it? Way into the... This area is somehow like a lot less chaotic than I was expecting, even based on how the scene plays out in the film. Looks awesome though. Kind of didn't want to shoot that. My friend was right next to it. Alright. Hostage is taken care of. Oh, cutscene.
It seems they're preparing for a final attack.
Krylenko's hit! He's running!
But who shot him?
Let's not question our good fortune. Get his rifle and meet me in the tower. We'll make our final stand there.
Alright, sniper section, I guess. But first, I have a kitchen to find. And I just wish I could look at the map more closely. I wanted to see what's got kind of thrown out of it. Rocket's full, huh? Seem like there is anywhere I haven't like you walk up to the door and then you just sort of slip down the curb and you're no longer in range of the door. You can't press the button to open it. Like, that kind of stuff happens a lot. But yeah, speaking of the smoothness of gadgets, like having this be sort of context sensitive and done with a button press, even then, I think, ironically, the whole repelling stuff is still kind of made slightly clunkier. Oh, I wonder if I could have... Maybe I missed my opportunity to get to the kitchen by not... Cool. I thought I was like supposed to run through... Oh, that's the rifle. But yeah, the repelling stuff is a more major component of Everything or Nothing, and it's a little more elaborate. And it's fine. Like, it makes sense that they would, like, for the sake of capturing the flavor of the movie to not have as elaborate stunt kind of stuff, like making it feel more 60s by not having this, like, you know, running down the side of a building by, you know, while shooting guns in every direction and whatever. Like, I think it's good that they made it a little more down to earth. But I kind of wish some of the animations of him doing the grappling stuff, like, feels a little sluggish. Like, I remembered feeling a bit smoother in Everything or Nothing. All right. I guess I'm supposed to meet him in some kind of... Oh, he has a health gauge. Oh my god, okay. I don't even know where he is. Oh, that's him there. I see. Thought I was gonna reload, but I guess there's only like... Guys aren't very good. Alright, we got full fucking naked gun shootout right here. Oh, I somehow didn't kill a guy. Shoot this guy in the head a few times. Sniper rifle seems pretty buff and it can take down that guy like faster than a rocket launcher. The blur when you zoom is kind of, I don't know, intoxicating. His life bar still looks full, that's good. Not sure exactly where he's trying to go. I'm assuming he's just kind of advancing on his path on his own accord, taking dudes out. Not exactly hurrying up. Oh, he took some damage. I say finally. It's not like I was looking forward to it, but Christ didn't. That he's got like multiple people shooting in his back, like point blank range. Oh, okay. Guess that's how that works. I got like instantly thrown out of the zoom mode, even though I was holding the trigger. I didn't find the kitchen.
The Gypsy Chief wants to make you an honorary son.
Oh, thank him for me. How's your arm?
I'll live.
But the problem is, so did Krylenko. We have to finish him off.
Oh, that's right. I remember seeing the screenshot of the
Take us back into Istanbul. I know where Krylenko went.
place where we snipe him. That's a cool scene in the movie.
In Istanbul, nothing remains secret for very long.
So I'm learning.
I'm kind of curious what they're doing with it here. Sniper Alley. Yeah, that's the next level. All right, we weren't too bad on time, actually. Pretty close to the target. And that was even with, like, fucking around a whole bit, I feel like. This would be a pretty easy level to get, I would... I wonder, though, if you have to get, like, if the awards are earned permanently so that you could, like, focus on doing one at a time, or if you have to get all of them while playing on 00 Agent to get all 4. I guess I'm not gonna worry too much about that, but... I need to get something to drink. So let me pause the timer here. And, work break. I guess we're approaching the halfway point in the game here. We're completing 6 levels. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. we'll get a little further today. I'm gonna finish, but a little bit more progress. So yeah, I will step away for a few minutes, get something to drink, legs a little bit, stretch my, I don't know, spine, just stretch in general. And I will see you guys shortly. All right. I have returned. Drink. And oh yeah, I guess we didn't look at the tunnel level thing. Well, we got some research point to spend. I'm just gonna buy the last armor upgrade, and then we don't have to worry about that anymore. Fully armored up. Yeah, this, as I suspected, we keep like not really using any of this. X, greetings. Thanks, happy Saturday. Again, like it's so hard to know what we're actually going to be using, but I'm starting to see how ammo might be helpful. When there's a lot of shooting, like making sure that the one gun you do get ammo for lets you have enough. Like kind of nice. I don't know if it means you start with more. I don't know if ammo carries over between levels. Like there's a lot of stuff like that that's a little unclear. The way you like start with your entire inventory of guns, but don't necessarily have any ammo for some of them. Not sure how that works. I think we'll keep our 9 points for now though. So if we go back here, yeah, tunnels. I guess if I pick it, does level start instantly? I guess I'm not, like, I'm fine with not bothering with the bonus levels for now. Ruins. Like, I'm not sure what they're even supposed to be. Like, do they have any story or narrative, or are they just like totally unrelated, plotless shooting galleries or virtual training missions or something? Well, yeah, because there's no briefing or instruction or anything. You just start, so we wouldn't have any info on what the bonus levels are without actually playing them. You know, we'll probably take a look at them later on, but we'll skip them for now. Let's go. Let's go snipe Krelenku.
Did you tell anyone at the consulate you are coming here?
No, of course not.
Good. This mission must remain a secret.
The actual plot.
What do I do with the English agent when I meet him?
Whatever he asks. You may go.
It's also pretty funny that they're leaning very heavily into the like the belly dancer motif with the opening credits and the loading screens and everything. But then in the one scene in the film where the belly dancers are actually featured, they're not even in the game.
Bond is on his trail. Krelenko will not be able to protect the Lector after tonight.
Perfect.
Also the mysterious, sexy catsuit babe
The third time he will succeed, unless we kill him first.
added for the game.
That wound doesn't look good. You'd better leave Krelenko to me.
I'm already too much in your debt.
How can a friend be in debt? Hmm?
You are kind, but I have to be the one he sees last.
If you insist, I'll find a sniper point and cover you.
A little bit different from the film. I mean, the conversation goes pretty similarly, but they're not like readying up for a big shootout. They're just like sniping. It's a good scene though. Oh yeah, I guess I can do this as the easiest way to just check the ammo situation. This for now. Dress up. Seems like a covert mission. Ran that way. Run this way. Ah. Oh, sick. Bond move for taking out the radio guy. Hell yeah. Didn't even look, but I guess that was the thing, huh? Disable the radio soldier before he calls for backup. Unintentional instant Bond move. we saw the poster. Oh yeah, can I? Goes all the way over there, huh? Stealth? Cool. So the building Kerlinko's in has this big like poster. Caught a glimpse of. Assume we have to like get into a position, snipe through there or something. Pretty satisfying. Actually managed to achieve stealth. Apartment key locks the upstairs apartment. Complex schematics. Grade points. Oh, hello. Oh, camera. Camera's a little cooperative. It's sure this was based on reference, but man, this seems kind of weird just having a little bathing corner in your bedroom, I guess. I love the sound effect of shooting the helmet. So good. Bong! And it just flies right off. It's very good feedback. That's like really satisfying too. Yep. Me, all right. Oh, I'll add a shake case. Do it right away. I get so confused about where the back button is on the Xbox controller. In case you're not familiar, back and start is over there to the left of the D-pad. I remember at the time when I was playing the Xbox as like my main console, I loved this layout because you don't have to like extend your thumb all the way to the middle of the controller. Like your thumb is already right there. And I remember when the 360 came out, like I was so disappointed that the 360 controller didn't maintain that because I thought it was a pretty brilliant like design choice that like, you know, they seem, if you're not used to this controller, it might seem odd to have the buttons over here, but they don't get in the way and they're kind of indented into the controller and they're kind of clicky, so there's pretty much no risk of pressing them by mistake compared to like the PS2, where if you mash buttons, like the start button is like 3 millimeters away from the square button. It's quite easy to press the start button by mistake. And I was always like a little bit bummed out that they didn't keep that design, but now that I don't play on the original Xbox very frequently, I get super tripped up by it. I have no like muscle memory for where the buttons are playing. Anyway, case 7. We're keeping our pattern here, I suppose. Grabbing every other case. Oops. Come on. There we go. 12 research points. Nice. It's really weird how when it shows you the L or R, the letter shows up before the animation of like the button coming into place, because I guess it's using actual like text as opposed to just a graphic. It's really weird. Wow, okay, I've got a lot of special SMG. Let's stay stealthy. I mean, we did have a giant machine gun guy yell at us as he walked down the stairs shooting at us. Oh, even more special shot. Yeah, there's the post. Rockets. I think they just drop whatever random ammo. So what do I do here exactly? Do I cover him again? Cover his round. Well, is that him? That's him. Not him. Okay, how do I... Well, awkward not know where you're kind of... Know where you're meant to be positioning yourself. See, like, there's... This is supposed to be the vantage point, right? So...
Watch out! Fire in the hole!
Whoops, well, Karim didn't take any damage from that, I guess. Seems fine. Shots. Unlock him. Go, got him. Oh, the weird input lag. I'm pretty low on ammo. Who's hiding exactly? Something that looks red, I don't know. I feel like I've, on multiple occasions, shot people as they are about to or talking about throwing grenades. I don't think I've managed to actually make anyone drop a grenade, have it explode. Unfortunately, and that would be quite satisfying. Oh, there's like literally someone standing in the doorway. Guys are a little full tanky. It didn't quite play out this way in the film, by the way. I get the rockets. Concerned about the lack of a boss health. Well, I guess we have the reticle color. I think we got him. No, not quite. Oh, fuck it. The explosions are so good. Hey, what's up, dude? Saturday, I'm doing all right. Oh yeah, let's back to snipe. Having fun. I should be focusing on the keeping him from advancing. Well, good thing we're maintaining the element of surprise. Berlinka will never see us coming. Good thing we got that radio guy. Got him. Whoa, camera just has a life of its own. He's entering there. Oh, Oh, okay. Alright, okay, this plays out slightly differently.
Once again, my friend, I'm in debt to you for saving my life.
Don't take it personally, Karen. It's the lector I'm after.
And you shall have it. My son has arranged.
Well, I suppose he,
Romanova.
Well, in that case, I'd say we're even.
Karen was the last thing Korolenko saw, even if I was the one who took the shot. Hey, that wasn't too bad. That was a pretty fun level. The sniping stuff was a little bit... Enemies are a little annoying, just taking multiple shots. But it wasn't, like, overly difficult or anything. Yeah, we even got the time. I mean, we actually... I think I lucked into the opening part going surprisingly well. Yes. Did you ever play this, Duke? It's a pretty cool game. I'm finding it, unfortunately, a little underwhelming or a little sort of... I don't want to say disappointing, but I had very high expectations coming off of Everything or Nothing, which was made by the same people. And this has a lot of similarities to it, but it's not quite on that level in some ways, I think. Oh, thanks for the follow. So we didn't actually get any new weapons or anything. Might have most of the weapons at this point. We're gonna do more sniping. The speed rate of fire is gonna be nice. Sure. Oh yeah, so clip size again. It's funny that it says plus 50% because the clip size is 1 and it goes up to 2. Not played many of the Bond games. Heard that many of them later ones are quite good. Yeah, I'm excited to get to like the the Activision stuff because that is like a huge blind spot for me. I have no idea about any of it. I played Nightfire back in the day, and I feel like I at least had some awareness of what some of these games were like to a degree. But when I did play Everything or Nothing, like that was had a lot of surprises in it, like that I just wasn't expecting at all. And I don't think the Activision games largely are going to be all that surprising, but I feel like I've pretty much never heard anyone say anything about them. But like the 360 Quantum of Solace games by Treyarch, so it's got to be at least pretty competent, right? Like it might not be exciting, but it's going to be a pretty decent time. I have heard that 007 Legends, which is the final game, is not very well regarded, but I think it's going to be novel, at least. So it's going to be interesting. And I think it's going to be a nice, kind of a breath of fresh air, because some of the stuff leading up to it, setting aside mobile games, it's going to be like Quantum of Solace and Bloodstone and stuff that I imagine is going to be kind of formulaic. And we've got like the GoldenEye remakes, so like just this weird first-person grab bag of scenes from a bunch of different movies. It seems kind of like this almost, it's not a Kinect game, but it feels like it maybe could have been, like these weird little vignettes of almost mini-game sort of, you know, recreations of specific scenes from the films. Like that seems to be what Legends is going for. And I think that's going to be... yeah, I think it's going to be a nice change of pace after what I assume is going to be some pretty increasingly formulaic first-person shooter games. What's up, Doom Noob? I wouldn't exactly describe this as RPG elements, but yeah, it's one thing that's completely new from Everything or Nothing. Basically, build out your inventory of gadgets and stuff between levels. And you can basically the scoring system for the levels was very simplified and pared down compared to some of the previous games. Like most of the previous games, after, well, maybe not after GoldenEye, but like in the EA era, which I guess technically is right after GoldenEye. Most games have had kind of a scoring system with ratings and unlocking stuff. Here, the scoring stuff is far simpler. Like there's just specific kind of rewards we can get, but we instead collect these research points and skill points that are used to unlock stuff and upgrade whatever. The one thing I definitely think is awesome in this game is that we unlock outfits. We find like outfits and levels and can just get changed whenever you feel like it. That's always welcome in my opinion. The can't get there's no rate of fire upgrade to this. Let's get the fire rate. This. And I guess I might as well invest in the sniper rifle, because the sniper rifle feel like there's gonna be at least one more section that has like essentially kind of this forced sniper sequence. And at that point, that's gonna be a nice thing to have. Upgrade. Why? Probably afford something here. At this point, I feel like this is kind of whatever. Would probably be fine for the rest of the game without any other upgrades, but... So, 25 or okay. So those last bonus stages are going to get pretty hairy to unlock. I don't know why this... Oh, never mind. I was going to say I don't know why this one is white, but it's because it's available, of course. Yeah. All right, let's go to the consulate. This is where we're gonna steal the Lector code machine thing. Suppose. Again, not gonna play out quite like in the movie, I reckon.
You look surprised. My friends call me Tanya.
So good.
Mine call me James Bond.
You look just like your photograph.
You look even better than yours.
It's a pretty gnarly
But
compressed texture for the wallpaper there, but
no, it's the right size. For me, that is. Has everything been arranged for tomorrow with the Lector?
Do we have to talk about that now?
Yes.
yes.
It's in the vault. I'll be waiting for you. With the lock codes at 12:45 in the operations room.
Well, I hope I haven't disappointed you.
I will tell you in the morning.
Let's get to work. I'm going to have a look around inside, and when I talk to the passport clerk, that's your signal to set off the distraction.
Good luck, James.
It's always a treat when we do have levels that are a bit more adventure-y. Like, that's why I'm, like, super excited. This is actually kind of the first proper one like this in this. That's a big reason why I'm super excited for the IOI game. Because I reckon it's going to have a lot of... Like, it's not going to be wall-to-wall action for once. This Sean Connery doing the voice. That's why he sounds 85 years old. Because he was. Or, I mean, I guess he was in his 70s. What? Sounds a bit weird, but... All right. Tesla painting. It's a little goofy, but you know, obviously it's, you know, kind of a big deal that they could get him and everything, and it's fine. But it does sound a little, I think. I mean, it's inescapable, unavoidable. It's just kind of is what it is. When someone has aged 40 years and reprise, you know, to reprise a role, like, they're gonna sound different.
Is that the correct time?
Ration clogs.
Was I always supposed to do something before this? Probably not. Pretty sick. Oh, and he just pulls out the gun. Use the serum gun to confuse enemies. Serum gun. But I think it's more Bond style to just fucking murder everyone.
happening? We're under attack. Hold your position.
Don't mind me. I like the shotgun better when it could kill people in one shot, like earlier in the game. But it's a damn nice feeling shotgun. All right, that's gas. Gas man. I'd lock onto this guy, so I guess he's... Oh, I can talk to him. That's a Q-copter vent. Search through here. I fucking love the impossible mission searching. That's like the coolest new mechanic in this game.
How do I turn off the gas?
The controls are in the room next door. That's all I know.
Alright. Oh. Whoa. Oh, it's just him I thought it was like someone kicking down the door to come kill us, but no. Like, the thing about stuff like this, in Everything or Nothing, you had the spider robot, and it worked very similarly. But here, when you have stuff like this, that's like, it seems pretty mandatory. I could spend a copter on that. Like, most of the stuff in that game where you can use the spider, it was like optional hidden bonus stuff, which made you feel somewhat clever for figuring out where to use it. Like, even if it was kind of obvious like it is here, where there's like a big vent where it's like kind of part of the critical path here, it makes it feel less interesting in my opinion. Copter bombs, yeah. All right, so that opened up a door somewhere. I guess we have a little vent tunnel there on the map. Somehow even this is like too close range for, or too long range rather for doing this. Or we unlock. Cool. Yep. That's pretty good with the increased rate of fire. Serum darts. Oh yeah, right. Serum gun. I already forgot it exists. I guess we should try it just to see how it behaves. 5 rounds. We'll save it for later. Was this really just for that? There... No, I was gonna say, hang on. The gas switch. Satisfying. You did in fact not get. All these like tight corners. Actually, what's the bond move on this level? Enter the secret room. Well, that's our objective, so let's not go there just yet. There's like this typewriter on another level that you could just activate and hear like some clacking sounds. Well, I suppose, yeah. Too bad we don't get a bond move for entering the kitchen on this level.
Nice to see you again, Tanya. Let's go. We have a date with Electa.
And we... Ah. I figured they wouldn't have modeled this whole room for us to not enter it. Some enemies will attack Tatiana, increasing her threat meter. Defeat them before the threat meter fills. Okay, so she doesn't have a life bar. A reverse life bar. Oh yeah, this was in another stage too. We're supposed to go inside here. I can activate this, but I guess she'll come with us. There we go. I kept going into my gun stance, which pushed me away from the wall, so I couldn't reach the button. The Bond moves also are like way like uncool and exciting.
This isn't sub-basement 16.
They must have taken control of the elevators.
So I don't feel like super invested in like getting the Bond moves. It's like nice to get the points or whatever, but they're not like cool stunts and moments really. It's a weird thing that they essentially got rid of that, which is like one of the coolest things that also like was made more elaborate and cooler and interesting with each subsequent game up until this point, where it was just like made be the least exciting out of all of them. Definitely one of the disappointing aspects of the game in my opinion. Since we're on the screen, we might as well take a ammo situation. We'll laugh. I'm getting stuck on furniture. Whoa, maybe I was standing right next to it.
We need to get the elevator moving again. Do you know where the override is?
In a security room on the ground floor, but we can't get there without the elevator.
You can't. Especially, oh yeah, let me. I reckon if we need it, we're gonna. We can also do without Sean Connery's Darth Vader. Like, it ends up kind of becoming busy work. Like, honestly, these kind of remote control drone things still rarely make for fun segments in a game like this anyway. I hit the wrong button, but we're fine. Oh, I just Steam now? Wait. I was gonna say, the fire hydrant thing here looked like it was a thing. But I was like, no, wait, maybe that was just a specular reflection. And now that I entered the tunnel, there's fucking fire. Like, nope. I guess we gotta explode our remote control helicopter to gain access to the fire hose. Oh, if there was something else over here. I hit the wrong button. Whoops. Up, Saber Viper. Yeah, these are highly secret vents, specially engineered to fit a Q-copter. Also, my Q-copter stash is getting refilled. So we have an infinite supply because it's a mandatory thing. Oh, okay, it's literally just a red. Well, it's not really a red herring. I guess it's dead end. But like, yeah, whether this section is fun or not, it's like not really down to sort of how clunky it is. It's just, you know. Am I supposed to get? So I blew this up. It actually, you know, the glass is cracked, but like I can bring the hose with me. Sure. Going here. kind of copter juice. Going up or down? I don't know. Not down, I guess. You can't look up or down. Segment. Guessing that's where we're supposed to blow up. Looks like it. All right. Files. Simple schematics.
Come along now, Daniel.
Please. Let me which ammo? Oh, I didn't. Maybe I didn't I? Full ammo? Nope. Lock on, please. Guessing the red arrows are people who want to hurt her. Go super smoothly, but we're alive. Managed to press the button. Okay, she's running in, so I think I got it. Yeah, I think by making the levels like longer and bigger and to a degree more open, although not really in this case at least, I feel like they definitely lost a lot of the sort of focus that was, I think, exemplifying like the level design and Everything or Nothing. Wait, I don't have any sonic couplings. Maybe we'll have to do. Ah, that's pretty sad.
What kind of lab is this?
Oh, a lab. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown a frag grenade into this room. Well, that seems safe enough. It's fine. Body armor. Huh? Go on the lookout for a secret room. There. Expected. Which I guess makes sense. They're doing gas stuff in the lab. They probably would keep gas masks around and not like other separate part of the building. As clunky as it may be to have to go into menu to select equipment and stuff, at least the menu screen like opens and closes instantly. Not some lengthy ass EA games animations for all the screen transitions. Be taken for granted. Oh, there's a switch. I didn't even realize. Like, oh, I disabled the gas. No, I guess I disabled 1/4 of the gas. Oh, wait, hang on. We did disable. Aha! Puzzle case. Is 8! Our first even numbered. Pretty silly little minigame, but give us extra points to unlock or to upgrade stuff that we don't care all that much about, so can't skip out on that. So nice when you get the same multiple times because you don't have to wait for the number to come back again, or the icon, the button, whatever. You can just do it. 13 Press B research points. Nice. Was oh, little animation of him taking off the. Oh shoot. I didn't realize there would still be gas here. I thought I disabled it. Well, let's, I guess, run back. As is draining my body armor at a rapid pace. Oh, there we go. I was like, where were the masks? Assuming we can't, yeah. Disabling gas in here. Immediately, at least. Locked. Oh, no, it did. I mean, it makes sense that it would take a moment for it to dissipate, but... I can use the sink, okay. Like, why? I mean, it's funny, it's like, you know, it's fun to have little interactions, but it's so odd that there's just these little handful of few things that you can interact with for no apparent reason. Oh, I can climb this, okay. Aha! Oh yeah, you forgot about this from Q school. Actually laser through glass. I guess you cannot shoot through, but... I thought it was being funny climbing up here, but that was actually the solution. Ah! This was the secret room. But I was supposed to go in here. Oh, I guess we were just going to open that switch over there. Alright, we got some simple schematics, body armor, and assault rifle rounds. So, hey, worth it. But yeah, like as a Bond move, I mean, this would have been a Bond move in Everything or Nothing too, probably. But it would be one of like 4, and the other, like at least 2 of them would be like something a little more extravagant, some cool stunt or cool optional solution. Not just like opening a locked door to find a health pickup. That is the funnest shit, like hitting the grenades.
We're almost at the vault.
This is a pretty cool sequence, actually. Like, it doesn't feel like it's got all that much to do with the movie, but the fact that we are escorting her and it's not a tremendous nuisance, like, pretty nice. I don't know what I'm hitting, but I'm not hitting him. It's like such a sick mechanic. Shooting off the armor. Gonna say, without the armor, hopefully be able to kill him pretty quickly. Got confused about his hit stun animation. I thought he was dying, but I'm like a little surprised they didn't go to the level of indulgence of letting you actually grab his minigun. But if they let you do that and it was like actually beneficial and you kind of needed to do it, like, I you know, I'm kind of glad they didn't.
There's the vault. Come on.
Okay, I was thinking maybe I could stealth. You know what? But let's try I figured it would be something like that because it said it would confuse enemies. I mean, that's pretty novel. Making them completely rabid, attacking each other. Not something I've seen in other Bond games.
Change the opening mechanism. I'm not sure what to do.
Oldish. Those highly conspicuous golden bolts there, they look pretty laser susceptible. I mean, I can probably shoot them actually, come to think of it. Amazing security here, has to be said. Actually, barely finding use for this. Sesame? There we go. Just swings open. Perfect. All right, I see some schematics in there. Can I please? Yeah, there we go. Maybe that I couldn't grab. Pretty satisfying. Getting ammo for everything. Lector, a top secret decoding machine. Main MacGuffin. Sure. We'll keep talking until it's work. Might be pretty soon, but all right. So the way the shotgun works, I guess, is that the pump action is not for loading around, it's for reloading. So he's got like 2 rounds. You can shoot without pump action, and then he just pumps it once, and he can shoot 2 more rounds. That's pretty good. Good. Actually. That. Dude. There we go. Tatiana's at risk. Okay, I wasn't sure, but yeah, her risky gauge just instantly drains. Bulletproof glass in between those railings. So nice. Like, we've had some close calls, and we even took 1 death at the camp level, but it's like so fucking relaxing to be able to play a game like this and just kind of be a bit gung-ho and have fun and not worrying about having to do everything perfectly in order to survive. The only thing that I kind of dislike a little bit about the lock-on controls is when you're locked on normally, you just hold the left trigger. You can tap the right stick in the direction of other enemies to swap targets. But if you hit the X button to go into the like fine aiming mode, the right stick controls the aiming. So if you're in the fine aiming mode and kill an enemy, you're not going to be able to swap to other targets without like exiting the fine targeting mode. But obviously if the enemy's dead, like you're not really aiming at anything. So the swapping becomes a little like swapping from one target to another in sort of rapid succession is really quite like it's kind of difficult whether you're in the manual aim or not, I suppose. So it might even not be an issue with that, but regardless, like once an enemy's dead, I'm not sure, but it feels like I have to let go of the aim and enter it again. Or not the aim, but like the lock on. You lock onto another enemy. And at that point, you're not exactly sure who you're locking onto. So it can get a little weird. All right. I mean, even comparing it to Everything or Nothing, I feel like in that game, very rarely did we beat a stage first try. Like, it usually took a couple of attempts, but it was like a fun exploratory process because it was kind of, I mean, the stages were very short, but they were simultaneously more linear and directed and like just figuring out what to do, but also had more room for like kind of puzzle solving and doing things a little differently. It's a little peculiar how that works out. All right. Ooh, we just barely hit the disables target, actually. We only, yeah, we killed 51 people in the consulate. So we got 5 levels remaining. We've done 5 today, I think. We've done the 3 first. I think. Yeah, we started here today. We didn't do tunnels. Istanbul Part 3. So Istanbul, I guess, means that it's like the... It's probably driving. I guess makes sense. Yeah, there's no schematics to collect, so there's probably not any on-foot moments on it. So it's been a while driving, so I haven't exactly been missing it, granted, but mixes things up at least. Serum gun. Gun still kind of seems like the most frequently used. The Magnum I have, like, I've barely used. It seems like you're a little scared to use it. You kind of want to hold on to it. For bazooka ammo for when we inevitably will want to use that. I think we'll hold on to the last. Exit. Yeah, I think we'll do one more mission here, and then maybe that will be it for tonight. We'll see. 4 missions should hopefully not be too much to do in one last sweep. I mean, we do have the bonus stuff too, of course. We'll see. We'll see. But let's check out Istanbul Part 3.
The Orient Express leaves for Belgrade within the hour. We have to be on that train.
The streets are going to be crawling with the Russians looking for us and the Lecter. We'll split up. 2 targets are harder to hit than 1. See you on the train.
Agreed. Good luck, my friend, as always.
As simple as that. Split up, see you on the train. Our plan. Alright, so now we have to murder people. Subdue 30 enemy cars, is that what it said? Before time runs out, we have 10 minutes to go on a complete murder spree. Oh boy. Shouldn't be too hard to find people to kill, at least. Got 30 missiles. That's right, we got the fire punch thing that I forgot about last time we did part level. There we exploring out. Works pretty well. Problem. The kind of aiming situation is a bigger issue, I think. Like positioning yourself such that you can actually hit the other cars. I don't know if we need to like go exploring or anything, but turning radius when you stop like that is thankfully there's a healthy amount of auto aim. Like you don't have to align yourself perfectly. Health bar flash there. I don't know if I took damage from bumping into the wall. 30 is a lot. Gets kind of repetitive. I heard some noise that did not sound like a car. Like there's this kind of open map. Like we've been in this area before. Like all the Istanbul levels is the same map. Kind of go to different parts of it. And some are, as you can see, more linear than others. I think this is kind of where we started, I guess. I don't know if I can rocket these things. I can't lock onto them, so I'm gonna guess no. I guess I just drove back to where we started. Wasting a bunch of time. Of course, it's kind of impossible to get your bearings just like what the overall layout is, because you can't actually see the map other than mini-map in the corner. I'd assume that the game would just sort of keep spawning enemies. But it's been slowing down a lot. Seems a bit silly that it's like, well, we have to take out all these people when can't even find anyone to kill. Halfway there, straight on health. There's like civilian traffic too. Oh. Oh my god. I mean, granted, I'm driving like a maniac, but give them carte blanche to do the same. Do I legitimately have to just like find? Okay. Well, there's a tank dead end. Okay, we can repair our car. Might as well do that so we can learn. Like, I feel like we're not necessarily finishing this. I mean, we've done more than half in half the time. Yeah, can I? Go. You? I can refill our ammo also. The enemy's coming. Can't see anything really, but if I'm allowed to lock on, I'm gonna trust that it's someone I'm supposed to explode. Oh my god. Oops. I meant to drive forward and I accidentally fired a rocket at a civilian. I mean, apparently it's okay. Are we gonna have more tanks up here? Dude, can I please, like, walk onto dude right in front of me? That's a little bit much to ask. Green gun. Alright, 4 more. Thanks. Alright, go over here. Oh. Seems like there's more dudes spawning here. Objective marker, but I wonder if that's just a... It's just back here again. We just leaving and coming back will help spawn more enemy cars. This is complete nonsense design. Like, why are we obliged to plug in respawn enemies that we can find more Russians to kill? Or we can go on the train. Or all right, that's pretty good. Garage is right here. We might as well for the ammo. I don't know, but one more. All right, we got 2 minutes. As long as we can find one. Yep, there we go. Thank you. Now there's a fucking slew of them. Reach the train station before time runs out. Okay, a new timer at least. Whew. Oh, I guess the tank's left. Okay. Even the vehicle missions, I think, had like more interesting design in Everything or Nothing. All this fog. 5 minutes of driving should get us pretty far though, so I have to imagine. Timer isn't going to be super strict. It's just like a little too much. And it kind of stops being cool when it's ridiculous. All right. Spawn move, that's nice. Got a train to catch. Wait, like, look, try to look at the map while turning. It's pretty tricky, but we got there. 4 minutes to spare, plenty of time. No one gives a shit about just exploding half of Istanbul. Like, not only have we not seen... We saw in one cutscene for a brief moment, sexy black suit lady. But there's a... Well, Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, but there's another like new woman who is in the opening cutscene or the opening credits that we didn't see yet. But I just remembered she's in the opening level. She's in like the pre-credit scene. I was kind of confused about how they're gonna squeeze in yet another character when the first new character has barely even been seen. All right. Funnily enough, we got the time requirement, but not the disables. That's a first. So I want to do a little bit of scheming and planning here to see how much we have left. Because realizing we have the extra levels and stuff, I guess we haven't unlocked any more than the tunnels one. I'm trying to think of... we can probably do one more level. Like, the levels are pretty short. As long as we get them first try, they're not terribly arduous. But I'm not sure I have it in me to do, like, the full gauntlet of the last 4 levels, as well as maybe looking at some bonus levels, as well as maybe looking at some extras. But I also don't want to save enough of that for Monday's stream to not have time to get to all of it. So I think I want to do one more level. Maybe 2 at most, but I'm gonna actually look to see what the levels are, just to get a sense of what we like, how many of them I would want or need to hold off on. Because as far as the movie goes, like, they go on the train, and that doesn't mean the movie is about to end, but like there's like obviously a bunch of stuff on the train that isn't like super action-y. But even then, after everything plays out with Grant, they escape, they get off the train, and then they have to fight the Thanos copter. And then the boat chase is like after that. I forgot about that. That's probably going to be in the game. And then kind of it ends. So I guess, yeah, train plaza. Oh, that's the bonus level. Okay. Factory. Okay. Order. There's more driving. Octopus base. That's right. We saw some shots of this in a trailer. Kind of forgotten about that. All right. Okay. So trying to map this to the rest of the film, like, it's a little bit difficult. The train is like a pretty major part of the film. Here it seems like it's going to be quite truncated, but we'll do the train level at least. 8. Yeah, we didn't get a single research point, I guess, because you don't get research points for blowing up 80 cars with your rocket launcher and chain gun on your Q-mobile. Yeah, because there's like stuff like this that we want to check out. It's pretty funny. There's like montage of action from the game showcasing like individual levels. But we're not going to watch any of this before we beat the game. Well, I suppose we'll just hop on the train. Again, it would be sick if this was more of an adventure type level, but
I use a lighter.
Better still.
Until they go wrong.
Hello, old man. I'm Captain Nash.
yeah, they're kind of skipping to this part.
I've been working undercover in Yugoslavia.
Let's go.
They're on the train and a bunch of stuff goes wrong
This evening, and you can fill me in on the escape plan.
before this happens, but not a complaint, of course, mind you. I'm just interesting to see how they change details.
Just give me 1 second.
Take all the time you'd like. Sit down, old man. What do
It's
you
like
have?
really oddly
Make it 2. And bring us some wine. Red wine.
So tell me about the escape.
If you're not familiar with the film, I feel like the way the storytelling here is like
Is that you die on the train?
it's very rushed and barely cohesive.
KGB? Of course. Octopus. And the girl? Is she in on this?
Classic Bond villain conglomerate
Mother
octopus.
Now stand up. We're going for the Lecter.
I know it's like this whole weird rights thing, but
Easy, Miss Emil.
makes it all the more odd that they would choose this film when they can't even have Spectre. Like, of everything they choose to adapt, you go for the movie that has, like, it's an awesome movie, but it's, like, not really an action movie. And the main plot of Spectre gets a little weird when you can't have Spectre in the game either. Oh man, we're just doing all this in cutscene, huh? Yeah, this is a little different from the film. I take cover here? I sure can. The briefcase turret. Yeah, that's right. We saw that in the manual. I mean, the fight scene was pretty cool. Probably better than a melee fight in the game would be. But like, obviously the sort of slugfest between the two, like that's kind of the iconic fight in the film. I've been very curious to see how that's going to play out here. Am I hitting him? I'm not sure. Oh, he's taking damage. Oh, I hit his grenade, I think? Something exploded. 7 rounds full. What's up, Mike? How's the game been so far? Frankly, a bit of a letdown based on my very lofty expectations from Everything or Nothing. I think it's a lesser game in almost every regard. But it's not a bad game. It's been like a pretty smooth ride. It's not very difficult, which after some very painful hours with the Rogue Agent games is like very welcome. You know, I recommend it for everyone who's like appealed by the idea of, you know, Bond games in general, and maybe in particular if you think it's, you know, a novel thing to have like the period piece, the kind of older movie setting. But it like doesn't, you know, I don't think that's a huge part of the game's appeal, because it kind of follows the movie very, very loosely. And like everything that's pleasant and fun about the game, like seeing all the actors, like you've got M and Q and Moneypenny and obviously Sean Connery himself, like that's all cool. But they could have just as easily done that, like, or it would have worked just as well if it was a completely original plot. I think that would almost have been more exciting, because the connections to the film are so kind of strenuous at best anyway. But it doesn't detract from the game. It's not made lesser for it. But I think the mission design and variety is not nearly as interesting as Everything or Nothing. I think the simplification of the scoring system and the Bond moves is also like detriment for sure. The shooting, I think, is a little smoother. The jetpack sections are actually pretty fun. That controls pretty well. There's not a lot that I would say that's bad about it. It just doesn't reach the heights of Everything or Nothing, which was like a really kind of shockingly cool and fun experience. Or the dinner jacket. Done that in a while. Full ammo. Oh yeah, what's the Bond move for this level? Enter the gift shop. Like someone's shooting at me from somewhere. guess we just gotta clear out this car. How did that... Okay. Pretty cool when he swung in through the window. I didn't notice that happening before. Again, probably a monster closet. The shooting the grenades mechanic is awesome. And yeah, the lock-on and aiming stuff is similar, but a little different from Everything or Nothing. And I think largely better here. Oh, yep, okay. Defeat henchmen, except for the ones we didn't defeat.
There's your white wine, old man.
Let's go. We're pulling into the station.
Let me finish.
The KGB are here. We have to leave now.
So funny how sort of out of place she looks. Like, even setting aside her outfit, even just like her face and her makeup. Like, she just does not look like she's from the 60s. It's fine. I don't mind it. Like, everything else is so heightened and goofy that it doesn't, like, her character doesn't particularly stand out. And it's not like they're so faithful to the film the entire time that it's, like, suddenly jarring. But even so, it's a little funny.
Be careful.
Check out the... no, again, yeah, I just swapped costumes. So you can change costumes whenever. So we can go to the black tuxedo. All right, I think we can go Cronin. Oh. Oh boy. It does have a little riot shield. Wasn't sure about seeing things. But yeah, like shit, even like this, like protecting Tanya, like, is not nearly as obnoxious as you would expect it to be. Like, she has her little threat gauge, isn't a life gauge. It's just like when she's targeted by someone, it goes up, but as soon as you clear the threat, it sort of drops back down. See if we can find the gift shop. Take our time here.
They're getting away with the Lector.
Yeah. We need to hurry, but toilets, gift shops. Oh, this is a gift shop. Locked. Okay, I can see there's a big old gap in the roof there.
More of them.
I wanted to climb. Do I like jump from a window or something? I like vault up. Important matters. Unless I like, surely I don't, because there's a big old sunroof window thing there. Well, unless I can helicopter my way through that hole to blow up the door. Could be the, you know, it might work, right? Annex. All right, well, let's try blowing it up. I didn't think that would work. I'm glad I could try it. Doesn't seem like there's somewhere you could like climb any of this stuff. Even if I'm facing this way, it doesn't let me climb up. Like, not a climbable box, it's a vaultable I think I could like explode behind the counter to him. Can't get up here either. I think the only way up is where they left. Run ammo. Their gauge goes down there. Okay, so there's a thing on this. A repel? See, okay. The glorious heroic swing into the gift shop. Alright, let's grab some complex schematics and some body armor, which I guess we're already full on. Yeah, like, that's a fun little thing. And, you know, I probably would not necessarily have noticed or thought to do it, even though the repel point being highly visible kind of makes it not that well hidden. But for that to be the big Bond move thing in the level feels a little anticlimactic. Like, the Bond moves are very rarely something actual cool thing you're doing in like the process or even general pursuit of achieving your goals. It's like, well, unless your goals is to break into a gift shop, I suppose, but it's not like part of the big chase or taking down the enemy, or, you know, well, I mean, sometimes it's a little bit more than others, but objective marker is in 2 actually. Something. Strike me as super obvious. Did I get like some sort of objective? Act okay, sure. Doing that, but figures, and of course figures. The fact that the guns aren't like mega useless at this kind of range, after when the wall is blocking you, is nice. But guns in general feel quite effective. Oh, I see. Drone bombings, yeah, but it's like not the kind of thing you really want to do in combat in the Bond game. I don't really find it that exciting in terms of puzzle solving either, actually. Like I said, the whole remote control stuff is... It's like I kind of wonder why they keep insisting on doing that in these games. Alright, we got the station key door. No one passed somewhere or other. Do one more heroic swing. Oh, I guess that's that locked door. Goes.
I think that's the last one.
Running. Yeah, the entirety of the train section wasn't just like one level. It was mostly the intro to the level. What did that do? Oh yeah, remember this part? Boy, the it's kind of cool, like, these enemies kind of require you to engage with the manual aiming. But they're not, like, actually difficult to deal with. Probably can use, well, I was gonna say a better weapon. That actually did okay damage, but... Can I fucking fire? There we go. Back to it. I see. I'm working on it. All right, let's go back. Sniper rifle. Sniper's pretty buff. Not really ideal for these kind of situations, but oh, it still worked.
I think that's the last one.
I love that she's like not wasting any time. She's just like, oh yeah, you know, no more goons. Let's go. Least bit worried. All right. Yeah, we're pretty firmly diverging from the movie plot here, I guess. The secret submarine or train or whatever this is leading into the factory. I'm trying to open this door. Boss fight.
So you had me deliver it on a plate. It's brilliant.
The first bullet won't kill you, nor the second, not even the third. Not until you get over here and kiss my foot.
Tell me, which lunatic asylum did they get you out of?
Come on!
Oh, I have to hit his weak spots. Again, like, actually making use of this as like a mechanic. Okay, so he's taking like chunkier damage, but he's still taking damage normally. Okay, I think it was about to give some kind of speech there.
I'm your guardian angel.
Oh, maybe not a speech. We're out of ammo. This is cool, but somewhat surprisingly trivial. Getting the crate. All right, not too dramatic of a fight. Like, I love that mechanic of hitting a series of weak spots that play out this like sequence. Like, that's actually a super cool mechanic. But I thought I would have to like stun him or shoot him a bit before I got to do that. Like, the fact that I could just repeat it over and over
Sorry we're late, Mr. Bond.
meant it wasn't like much of a fight, but it was still cool.
Your father's dead.
The Russians.
Up Terravan.
They've got the Lecter.
Game's alright, but I think it's not as good as Everything or Nothing. It's like surprisingly, I think, sort of scaled back a little bit from that game in a lot of ways. Oh, that's right, the briefcase turret. We got it at the beginning of the stage and never touched it. But certainly not a bad game by any stretch. Are there any Bond light gun games? There are. There's 2 of them. And they are on the ZX Spectrum. And yeah, one of them is extremely bad. And the other is like kind of neat. Unfortunately, if you want to call it that, I haven't had the opportunity to try to play them with an actual Spectrum light gun. But playing with a mouse and just like, because one of them, there's the Q's Armory game, which is like a shooting gallery. Literally, you're just in a shooting range. That game has like absurd requirements for each level. Like you start having to hit 50% of targets, then it goes up to like 60 or 70% or something. And it's like you have these different weapons, but they don't really function any differently. And even when you're using a mouse on an emulator, so you can see exactly where the targeting is and when you're shooting, like there's no, you know, missing something and wondering whether it was you who missed or the game that didn't work. Like you can clearly see where you're aiming, and you can see that your target is overlapping, or like the reticle is overlapping the target, and you shoot like 4 times and it just hits on the 4th attempt. So like the shooting, the hit detection basically doesn't work, and the game requires you to hit like really strict accuracy goals. So like it's fucked up. But the other one, Lord Bromley's Estate, has like a little bit more plot to it, where Bond is like infiltrating this skeet shooting competition. So there's like skeet shooting at a, you know, with a couple of different tweaks to the rule sets between the different waves, and then at the end there's like this helicopter with villains flying at you and shooting at you. So it's like it's got a little fun progression curve. But it's only, you know, sort of neat and impressive by the standards of a ZX Spectrum light gun game that's part of a budget bundle of Bond games. You know, it's not exactly what you might picture in your mind's eye when imagining what a James Bond light gun game might be like. But if you want to play a James Bond light gun game, the closest you can get is probably Confidential Mission, which is a Sega light gun game. I'm guessing it's a Naomi game. It had a Dreamcast port, I believe. I only played the arcade version twice. But it, you know, it's the kind of James Bond version of House of the Dead. It's like a pretty cool game, but of course it's not a real Bond game. I don't think this is the best Bond game, but the one I've had the most fun playing and the one I've 100%ed. Yeah, like part of it to me that makes me feel a little like on it is like the scoring system and the awards stuff, and like especially the Bond moves, which I think was evolved to such a fine point in Everything or Nothing, that it's so simplified here is definitely a bit of a bummer. But even though I mentioned this before as well, like I don't, this game doesn't really make me feel compelled to want to revisit levels to do them better, in a way that the scoring system and the medals and stuff in a lot of the previous games made me want to like redo levels. Everything or Nothing, especially the short levels, is like such a key to everything being kind of fun to do and redo. Like Nightfire is a fun game and it's cool, but even the console game, some of the levels drag on a little bit. So like trying to find the Bond moves and the 007 tokens makes playing and replaying and sort of grinding levels and that like a little bit of a chore. I don't think it's going to be a chore in this game. Certainly the levels are going to feel shorter every time you do them, like when you sort of know what to do. But they don't have that like breakneck pace of the Everything or Nothing stages, I think. Not bad, but like it just feels a little generic and bland in comparison. But on the flip side, I think the award system being so simple and streamlined, like we have 21 out of 72 awards, like it makes it very clear and obvious of a goal to chase for. So I can kind of see that too. Like obviously I'm going to be continuing to move forward as we're going through the list of games. I'm not going to stick around to, you know, do a bunch of post-game stuff in any game. But of all the games I might want to do that, especially like to get some sort of full completion, I could see this game being the game where I did it. Because you have that like simple and tantalizing number that can go up. And the award points unlocking the bonus stages and stuff, like I can see that side of it too, for sure. So yeah, this far in, we still have not yet unlocked the second bonus level. Plaza is at 40. And the last one is at 60. So there's still like quite a few awards. I mean, I'm guessing the bonus stages have awards too. So this couldn't require 72, but gives you quite a bit of leeway. You can miss 12 awards and still have access to this. Well, I say miss 12, but that... I guess I'm not sure what that means in terms of how many you can get from the bonus levels and how many levels there are. I don't know. Math. But yeah, Factory, Border, Octopus Base. I think this is a nice set of levels to leave for the next stream. But we can check out this level. I think by the time we finish, we may probably unlock Ruins, especially if we clear tunnels now and get award points for that as well. But I'm not going to be too concerned about checking out all the bonus levels. We didn't really do that for other games that had them, or at least not like we didn't make a point out of fully exploring all of them. But before that, let's just take a quick look here. Briefcase turret, which I'm probably never going to use. Just like I suspected, the Sonic cufflinks have not really ever come into play since we first got it. You get awards in the bonus levels like all the others, so skipping 3 bonus levels and getting 4 on everything else gives you 60. I guess that makes sense. Thank you for doing the math for me. Point is kind of whatever. The animation is a little tedious. All right, check out the tunnels. Arm the bombs. Yeah, I figured this would be like a very kind of generic. Oh my god, do the instant reactions. What are these enemy designs? Hit that, please, thank you. I don't have a map. So I hope I don't have to keep track of where there's bombs. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a super interesting level. Oh. Oh, it's so finicky. There we go. Yeah, so like in Everything or Nothing, there's one bonus level. I forget if there's more than one, but there's one that we played. You just sort of unlock it. I don't think technically you unlock it purely through progressing through the game, but I didn't pick up on whatever I did to unlock it, so to me it sort of just felt like it unlocked. And it's like a cut stage. It takes place, like it's slotted into the main sort of level progression in a way that's a little confusing without context. But it's essentially a level that takes place between 2 other levels and was sort of cut. And I forget if that explicitly was that way or if there was another, but like you play it and it has a very kind of prototype feel to it. Oh, I guess I'll just blow this up. So like the game mechanics are all there, but you can kind of feel how empty a stage feels when it has the mechanics of traversal and shooting, but it doesn't have any of the narrative connective tissue or sort of plotting or pacing of a proper level, and it instantly like kind of feels a lot less interesting. But it's kind of like a challenge level. Like, I think it's fine to have a level like this. But it's like kind of sensible that they're relegated like these bonus levels. Like, you wouldn't think any less of the game or the level design for having levels like this, because it is purely just a bonus. Dude, I thought I hit him. I'm like standing right next to him at that point. For all I know, I might have missed some bombs, so I don't even know. They could have just as well had it be like get to the end. Thought I saw like a bomb thing, but I guess it was just this. I mean, much like the whatever level it was that had some gray warehouse tunnel type locale, for being brown rock cave mine tunnels, level is actually kind of surprisingly visually pleasing. Dude, oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I swear I saw a bomb somewhere. For sure, I must have passed by at least one at this point. I don't think I'm gonna actually finish the level anyway. There's no auto aim, so turreting is actually like way less effective. Or no lock on, I should say. Not even down from... Oh, are you serious? Running the long way around. RPG. Yeah, this is like fucking Like a Dragon 7 dungeons. Most tedious shit. Can I shoot his armor? Sniper rifle? I can see like some flickering. Yeah, that work. I guess there's a Bond move on this level, huh? Kill the commandos. Because I guess it was entirely optional to even go up here. I have... Oh my god, that grenade went pretty far, didn't it? Okay, that's interesting. It exploded on contact. That was a thing. Action RPGs often have mines early level for some reason. That's so satisfying, being able to shoot their rocket of the... And now those guys spawn up there, of course. I see, I'm probably not...
He's a dead man.
I somehow accidentally hit that grenade right away. Guess maybe I missed a bomb. I probably missed a bomb. Oh, I guess we're running back. Guess this is the end of the level. Nice with some kind of objective marker. I mean, it's probably not going to take 2 minutes to run back to the other end of the stage, but if I missed... If I missed the bomb going in the intended direction, going backwards probably isn't going to make it. The lock-on button ever so often, but over there too far away. Figured it was in that early section right after very beginning. Whoa. Could have missed more than one. Sure did. Like, the bombs aren't super easy to see, and no real hint to where they're placed or anything. Oh, this is infuriating. I wanted to say the stage intro said there were like 10 bombs. Oh. Or maybe it was 10 minutes. Like, there was something that made me think there were 10 bombs that had me a bit worried, but we got there. And it's 8:55. Yeah. I mean, fine as a bonus. We got some extra reward points. But it wasn't very exciting. Makes me wonder if there was like intended, like this could have been a cut level or something as well, I suppose. You know, because there's like train tracks and stuff, so it's probably related to the train section of the film. Even though it's not placed there on the map at all, or like at the timeline, I suppose. Because there's like a lot of unique assets and everything for the environments. It didn't feel like, that's the thing about the sort of unfinished level in Everything or Nothing. It really feels unfinished, like it visually doesn't have at all the same level of polish as the real levels. This was like a pretty dull type of environment, but it didn't feel less visually polished than the other levels. I think it looked good for what it was. Well, in any case, let us stop the timer there for now. 5 hours, 6 minutes, 36 seconds. Got a good 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours of game done today. Means an hour or two should hopefully be enough to clear the last 3 levels, which means in a typical 4-hour stream time slot, I should hopefully be able to finish up the last couple of levels, do some spreadsheet updates, some tier list updates, and hopefully take a look at some of the extras. I don't think they're going to be super exciting or very long, but I'd like to take a look at them. Thank you very much for hanging out. It's been a fun stream. I'm glad to be back. Like I said earlier, I had a bit of a weird week. I was ill and stressed out over a few things and not feeling great, but I'm feeling much better today, and I'm feeling pretty good about making solid progress in From Russia with Love. Pending any disasters, I should be back as usual on Monday. So I hope to see you then for what I presume will be the conclusion of From Russia with Love. Until then, I hope you have a nice rest of your weekend. Before we wrap up, let me just figure out who is streaming that we might want. There's a lot of people streaming. But who shall we target with our raid? Like Hysteric Moon still logging away at Beavis and Butthead for the Mega Drive. It's a pretty solid game. that I think is really interesting and somewhat underrated, I would say. So let's go say hi to Hysteric Moon and enjoy what looks like could be the ending, actually, of Beavis and Butthead. Thanks again for tuning in. I was about to say tuning out. Thanks for hanging out, tuning in, and watching, and just being cool people. And I shall see you guys another time. Take care, and goodbye.